Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Sup, homies? Y'all ready for this? Yeah. Shout out to James. Shout out to Leslie and Billy. Shout out to Kane. Almost got first spelled right. Love it. Love it. Love you guys. Most epic day in trial history coming right up. And this time with the alternate camera view. Let's go. Judge Newman, we love you. At which point does Jim Griffin start eating his pen? Now, long crime better not keep that lower third down there. I'm going to lose it. Oops. Pen is in the mouth.
Thank you. Good morning. Day number 24. Cross-examination. You may proceed.
May it please the court.
All right. All righty. Creighton. 9-0.
Good morning, Mr. Waters.
Hi.
All right, let's see if we can move forward with this a little bit.
There we go.
See if we can go back to some things we may be able to agree on.
All right, sir.
Wow.
All right. First thing is that the money you were stealing, in addition to your income and the money you were buying.
That's so good. He thought he was off the hook with this because this is from day 21. You know, they started cross. They were talking about this, and then they ended for the day. He thought he was off the hook. Nope, not so fast. Alex is on the stand for cross for so long, and I love every second of it. Is amazing.
Borrowing was not just to pay for drugs. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
All right. And would you agree that your stealing, in addition to the money you were borrowing, increased over the years as we moved towards June of 2021?
Repeat that, please, sir.
Sure. Would you agree that your stealing increased over the years as we moved towards June of 2021?
Yes, sir.
All right. And would you admit that your stealing increased in particular?
I saw you were live. I was teaching, but I know you were live. Twiz texted me and was like, get in the chat. And I was like, I'm teaching. But anyway, I hope you had a good live stream.
After the boat wreck.
Boat wreck.
No, sir. I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
I think I continued to do it, but I don't. As I sit here today, I don't think I took more money that I should not have taken after the boat wreck than I did before the boat wreck.
Okay.
But again, those documents speak for themselves, Mr. Waters, and if that's the case, then that's the case. But as we sit here, I think that I probably wrongly took from clients and people that trusted me as much money before that boat wreck as after.
All right. And I'm just trying to get through this so we don't get bogged down like we did yesterday. All right.
I understand.
All right. So you wouldn't agree with me that in 2019 alone you stole about $3.7 million?
No, I think that's correct.
All right. And would you agree with me though that figure in 2019 was generally higher than any other year that you've been stealing since 2011?
In any year, sure, I'd agree with that.
Okay.
I thought you were talking about overall the whole cycle. But
right.
Yeah, I would agree that in 2019 I stole more money than any other year.
Would you agree with me that from 2015 on, your legitimate income, while still very strong, was diminishing as a general matter?
Well, I think whatever my income is speaks for itself, but as a general rule, a plaintiff's lawyer doing what we do, income ebbs and flows. You have some really good years, you have some really lean years. And no, I think I had some good years, maybe not the, $4 and $5 million years, but I think I had some $2 and $3 million years in there. And my caseload was such that, I had, one of the things I was working on that Monday was one of the biggest cases that I've ever been involved in.
Talking about the Dominion case, right?
Yes, sir. And so, I think it was cyclical. So I don't, without looking at the record specifically, I don't necessarily agree with that.
Okay, so you don't remember then?
No, I do remember. I don't think I agree with that. But again, those records will speak for themselves.
Okay. All right. So would you agree with me that in 2014, your reported income was over $1 million?
The objection's overruled.
Reported income, like tax-wise, or reported? I assume you have a document that says that, and if you're reading that from a document, I don't dispute it.
I mean, I'm happy to show it to you if you like to see
I
it.
trust you, Mr. Waters. So.
All right, I appreciate that. All right, 2015, would you agree that your reported income was over $2 million?
Again, I don't dispute that.
All right. 2016, reported income $900,000.
Okay.
2017, reported income $218,000.
Okay.
2018, reported income of $749,000, roughly.
Okay.
And 2019, reported income.
I've got a good one for you guys. The next Lori via Inner Circle. Oh my God, y'all! I have been digging and finding. Oh my God, you guys! I've got an advertisement of Chad Daybell talking about his book. I've got so much stuff. I've found so much stuff. So it's going to be Lori's Inner Circle, Julie Rowe, Melanie Gibb, and Chad Daybell. And I've just been, there's just in the little corners of YouTube, there's like these little golden nuggets, if you will, or what have you, of things. And it's like, it's kind of like Twin Flames in a way, but in other words, Lori and Chad and their whole group really wanted to have a strong presence, right? So they put out a lot of content with podcasts and with the books and with videos and whatnot. And because it was earlier and also they're older, it's not nearly as much stuff as like Twin Flames. However, there's a lot out there that you can find. And so anyway, it's just going to be awesome. I'm really excited for that too. For real, right? I know. Welcome, Twiz. I have not even been on Discord yet, Meg. I haven't watched it. Should I pull it up on the live stream? Yeah, I haven't seen it. I've been teaching and dealing with technical difficulties. So, and also getting these other live streams set up. Getting closer and closer to finishing with the trivia night questions. I think I'm at 40 questions now. So try to get that finished as well.
Of $655,000.
Okay. And see that, I mean, to me, that demonstrates exactly what I'm talking about, how it goes up and down.
And would you agree with me that though?
Like, yeah, see, what you're saying proves my point. Shut the fuck up.
During those periods of time where you were making that kind of money, you continued to steal. And I think you've already said that your stealing increased as we move through those years as a general matter.
Absolutely. I don't dispute, and I have never disputed since I was confronted on Labor Day weekend,
Right.
that I took money
Here
from
he
my
goes.
clients.
Here he goes.
We've gone through that. And I
Well,
think
but you
we
keep
agree with
asking
that.
me
I'm
about
asking
that.
you if
And-
your
Oh my God.
income.
Oh my God.
You can finish your answer.
So the point is I have never, since being confronted
Oh, Meg.
that day, my brother and my partner came to talk to me, that I have stolen money that did not belong to me, that I misled people to do it, people that I cared about,
Hang on.
still care about, a lot of them that I love and still love. And I misled them to do it, and I was wrong. I have never disputed that from day one.
We've been through that. All I'm trying to establish right now with you,
Right.
Mr. Murdaugh, is as we move towards June of 2021, what your financial condition was like. Okay, I agree. You've testified to that multiple times. All right. So let me ask you this: during this time that your income was what we just went through, and you conceded that your stealing was increasing, were you also borrowing significant amount of money from Palmetto State Bank?
Yes, I'd always borrowed significant amount of money from Palmetto State Bank, or for the last, more than the last decade. So yes, sir, I agree with that.
Yeah, but as we moved to June of 2021, did you have $1 million line of credit with the bank that was pretty much maxed out? Yes or no? As we moved to June of 2021.
So in June of 21,
Sure.
yes,
All right. And did you also have a $600,000 line of credit that was pretty much maxed out around that time?
I did.
All right. And did you also, over the years,
Okay. Meg was not kidding. I just have to show you guys this real quick. I have to show you guys this. Meg was not kidding. And by the way, I love a good castle. Like, gladly would I live in a castle. Okay. Why? Oh, here we go. Okay. Ain't no tiny waterfalls there on these parts for a mere 7.5 million. This place. Oh, it's in Dallas. Okay. Let's table that. Dallas, never mind. But look at this.
In Southern California, one of the things I always wanted to see was the Playboy Mansion Grotto. You can have that right here in Texas. We're going to go check that out as well. But let's go walk over. Follow me into the 2-bedroom guest house, and we're going to go check that out. Let's go take a look.
That is a real waterfall.
Whoa! Almost fell into the pool.
Safety first.
Did you see that?
Look at those fancy stairs.
I was joking about at the end of the tour, us jumping off of there all together, and I almost fell in the pool myself.
Wait, can you actually jump off of that? That'd be sick. Okay, so we're gonna look at this shit. Look at this shit.
This amazing custom designed
Yes, please.
gated estate features 7 bedrooms, 12 bathrooms, almost 14,000 square feet.
Oh, is that a tennis court? Wow. But how many kids can you fit in the bathtub, though?
On over 1.5 acres of land. Yes, I was so enthralled with the Playboy Mansion style grotto.
Look at that. Wait, what? What is, huh? There's like an inside and an out. Wow.
That I almost fell in the pool. But you are going to absolutely love both the inside and outside of this spectacular
With a grand piano?
estate, which has many features that you have probably never seen before. So be sure to watch the entire tour.
We don't even.
Let's go inside this spectacular property.
We want the tour.
So, Sandra, this is such an amazing and unique house. What are your 3 favorite features?
Definitely the master. The
Uh-huh.
master is amazing. An absolute gut from A to Z.
Okay.
And it was one of those rooms, if you saw it before, you'd be like, can we put
Okay.
That right here in Texas. We're going to go check that. Whoa! Almost
Okay.
great
cool.
place for us cigar smokers to hang out and drink. As we walk over here, we got the hot tub here. You got another seating area
hot
here. We're going
tub.
to check out the tennis court and all that good stuff later. You also have an awesome yard over here. But let's go
Wow.
take a look at the guest house And one of the coolest things I've personally ever seen is the swim up grotto and the
The
underneath area.
swim up grotto. That's where it's at, man.
So let's go check this out. All right, so we are inside
Right
the
there.
grotto. You got the pool right there. You
Look at
swim
this shit.
right up to the swim up bar. You got another hot tub here, a garage door that closes, and the waterfall behind you. In here, you got another seating area. And this,
That's
my friends,
very cool.
is also a 2-bedroom guest house. So
So I definitely want to be the guest. I'd rather be the guest. I don't have to like. I'll be a guest. I'm raising my scroll ball. I'll be the guest because the guest house gets all this. Wow.
these details are just unprecedented. And the way that this is set up is just unbelievable. It really is one of the most unique features that I've ever seen in 20 years of real estate and of seeing houses. So spectacular feature. I want you to imagine you're hanging out here, you're having some drinks, you got all your friends swimming up to the swim up bar, the hot tub's going, you're smoking.
It could get a little clunky. Let me just say this. It could get a little clunky. If you're sitting there, so it looks like you can sit where he's standing. Because like imagine you're sitting here, right? Like imagine if you're like sitting behind the bar where he's standing and you're like, wait, I want to get in the pool. And then you start climbing over that bar and jumping in. Like, you could get a little clunky.
And the way that this is set up is just unbelievable. It really is one of the most unique features that I've ever seen in 20 years of real estate and of seeing houses. So
interesting. Check this out, guys. Look behind his hands. There's a pulley thing. Do y'all see the pulley thing? You can pull it closed. Do you guys see that? Is he going to talk about that? Like a garage door? Is that for extra privacy? Holy shit.
Spectacular feature. I want you to imagine you're hanging out here.
You can really see it there, the dangly bit. See, you can pull that down. Holy shit.
You're having some drinks. You got all your friends swimming up to the swim up bar. The hot tub's going. You're smoking a cigar, having a drink, barbecue on a Sunday. I mean, there is.
You can close that shit for some stuff.
No better place. And by the way, one thing I will tell you that's amazing is that we are in Texas. And in Texas, it gets really hot in the summertime. Well, I guarantee you right in here in this room, it's going to be a lot.
Y'all, it looks like he fractured his finger at some point.
Because right now, it really feels like you're in a cave. It's really an unbelievable environment to hang out in the summertime. I'm a sucker for the finer details in a house. And you guys, check this out. You got the hot tub here. You got a waterfall into a rock pathway that goes all the way into the pool. I just think that that is very, very cool. And now let's go check out this area over here with the tennis court for all of you tennis fans. And by the way, as we said earlier, that is how the homeowner.
All right, cool. Thank you so much, Meg. Well done finding that. Amazing. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Love it. First class, A+. Yes. We need to send that to Jeff. Oh my God.
Repeatedly borrow 6 figures from.
That's cool. Should have been able to buy 10 of those fucking houses and never did.
Partners.
Well,
right?
I borrowed money from.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, huh. That's the same thing.
A law partner.
Which one?
Johnny Parker.
Johnny Parker.
There was a big one.
And that was a fairly common occurrence over the years. It happened multiple times. Would you agree with that?
I agree that it happened multiple times.
All right. And you would agree also that you would sometimes use some of the stolen money to pay that back.
I won't dispute that. I don't know that that's the case. I know what I saw Mr. Bernie testify to in using that particular accounting method. You know, I see that.
Method.
All right.
So I don't dispute that.
The one where money disappears?
And would you agree that you also, when you needed money, occasionally borrow as much as 5 and 6 figures from your father, Mr. Randall?
A cold plunge? Dude, a cold plunge sounds so nice right now. I don't even know why. I just could really go for that. Also a sauna.
And would you also agree that over the years, particularly as we moved to June of 2021, you would use stolen money to pay that back?
I don't dispute that.
Valerie.
If that's what the records show.
All right.
There's John Marvin. By the way, at our next Murdaugh, we will be getting to John Marvin.
And
There he is.
You just mentioned here in the testimony of Carson Burney and the banker and all that, you would agree with
I
me
feel for him.
that as we move to June of 2021, at least in liquid funds, you were running out of money.
In liquid funds, as in money on hand or money that I could get?
Money that you could, liquid funds. You're a lawyer, you know what liquid means. Were you
Well,
running out
I
of
don't know what you mean by liquid, Mr. Waters, and so
money you could readily access, assets that you could readily access to pay your ever increasing debts?
no, sir, I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
I do not agree with that,
Okay.
and I'll tell you why.
All right.
So are we talking about June?
I'm talking about as we move to June.
Okay, but what time period are you talking
All right,
about?
let's talk about January to June.
Okay, January to June. January to June, I could borrow money from my father.
Did I not say
I could
Sona?
borrow money from Johnny Parker.
Sona. Oh, interesting.
I could go to the bank.
Happy Easter as well. Okay, I'm gonna jump ahead a little bit because we watched a lot of this. The whole thing is this, right? Dateline sucks, and so we're doing a bonus round. But also, it's great to have the alternate camera angles. I'm gonna jump ahead a little bit though, past the financial stuff. Let's see here, because I've got some really good stuff we're gonna go through with the chicken business and what the truck. Okay, here's the drugs. By the way, at the end of yesterday's live stream, we did the Sunrise deep dive, which is where I've referenced a bunch of times where I call Sunrise Detox, and that was a lot of fun.
Maybe 1,000 milligrams of.
Okay, wait, I need to go back it up. This is great. This is just so good. Okay, perfect. Okay.
I don't know if I did it in person, but I know I had phone conversations with them where I lied to them.
Oh, it's 420. Good point.
Let's talk a little bit
That's so cute, Mag.
about the pills, if we can.
Okay.
I didn't know it was Sona. Okay.
And you've already testified, as has other people, that you were still able to function as a lawyer over the years despite the pills that you were using. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And
Silly.
you were able, of course, during this period of time to engage in these relatively complicated thefts that increased over the years that we've just talked about, despite the pill usage. Is that correct?
I was. I was.
All right. And you were also able to, during this time period, convince your staff that nothing was amiss with all of these exhibits, despite your pill usage.
I mean, most of those didn't require convincing my staff, but just so we're on the same page again, I acknowledge that
Oh, Lord.
I certainly allowed them to be misled. I certainly allowed them to do things that I shouldn't have done on my behalf,
Let's repeat this. So funny.
knowing that they trusted me.
How many pills were you using a day?
Oh, wow.
Depends on a number of items. Most importantly, how strong the pill was.
Okay. Well, let's talk about, let's say start maybe in January of 2021 and move forward. Can you describe to the jury what your daily pill intake was like?
I think at that time, most of what I was purchasing was 30 milligram pills, instant release, oxycodone, that probably mixed in with some OxyContin, which is made of oxycodone. It's just time release.
And this just makes me want to pull up that shit again because, like, all of this is incorrect. All of this is incorrect. Literally. Oh my God. It just drives me crazy. All of this is incorrect. He needs to Google search better.
Instant release, oxycodone, that probably mixed in with some OxyContin, which
OxyContin is the brand name of oxycodone. They're the same thing. He says probably mixed in. He doesn't, dude, it's
It's made of oxycodone. It's just
No.
time release.
No. Wrong.
I would have been taking
Would have been.
Anywhere from
Jesus Christ. He's trying to do the math.
1,500 milligrams maybe to maybe a
Wow.
thousand or maybe 1,000 milligrams or 1,200 milligrams on a day I didn't take as much or didn't have as much, up to, I mean, there are days, many days, a lot of days, most days were more than that, and many days would be,
Oh my God, that's one of my favorite parts. Hold on.
20, more than
I forget that part. This part is amazing, guys. This part is amazing. Let's listen to this again.
a day I didn't take as much or didn't have as much, up to, I mean, there are days, many days, a lot of days,
Many days, a lot of days.
most days
days.
were more than that, and many days would be,
I know.
20, more than 2,000 milligrams a day.
And how many pills is that?
It depends on the strength.
Well, let's say it's the
Of the
30s that you just mentioned.
If I took 30, if I had
This is exactly right. Exactly, literally, this is the whole thing. He made this whole thing up because it was better than the truth. He went to rehab to try to support, to try to make it seem realistic. Like, the only person who would do this to try to make this look like it's a real thing. I wanted to pull this up real quick. Okay. Opiates versus opioids. Although these terms are often used interchangeably, they are different. Opiates refer to natural opioids such as heroin, morphine, and codeine. Opioids refer to all natural, semi-synthetic, and synthetic opioids. All opiates are opioids, but not all opioids are opiates. Opiates are a subcategory of opioids. All right, and then here's what I was getting all, yeah, there it is. See? Oxycodone, brand name, OxyContin. Same thing. See what I mean? They're the same. This is that, dude, this is what I'm saying. And then here's hydrocodone and he hasn't gotten into the hydrocodone yet, but I think he does at some point. But I have this on here because whenever he starts talking about hydrocodone, he gets everything wrong about that. So I'm going to leave this paused here so we can pull this back up when need be to impeach him, basically. So, all right, back to the shenanigans, dude.
at 30 milligram pills, you figure 100 pills would be
So this is he's trying to do the math and figure it out because he doesn't actually know. Right.
strength.
Well, let's say it's the
Of the
30s that you just mentioned.
If I took 30, if I had 30 milligram pills, you figure 100 pills would be 3,000 milligrams.
100?
100.
So you're taking 60 a day or something like that? I mean,
There were days where I took more than that. There were days I took less than that.
and how
More than 60 pills a day. Also, at the time of this trial, there was an expert that came on, I think maybe Vinny's show or something, and said that literally it's impossible because you couldn't even get that many painkillers at that time. You couldn't even get that many in the area. Like, they didn't have enough manufactured to support his habit. And also, he'd be dead.
how would you take them during the course of the day?
Yeah.
I mean, how many are you taking at one time? How frequent in this time period? Let's say January to June.
There's a point in time, and I'm not sure when it was. I think it was well before that, where, and you have to understand this. This is something that I can still remember the first time I ever took an OxyContin.
Murdaugh, can I ask you to answer my question, and I'll let you explain all you want? My question was, how many were you taking a day during this time from January to June? Answer that first, please. And if you want to explain, I'm happy to let you do so.
I'm not positive, and here's why. It's because over the years, like as I was saying, the first OxyContin, one OxyContin made me sick. And that was when I was transitioning from hydrocodone to oxycodone. And it made me sick because it was a really, really, really strong one. And so,
There's the hydrocodone.
one OxyContin pill was like 10 hydrocodone pills. So, but anyway.
I need to pull up my thing. Hold on. Yes. I love this. All right. Did you guys hear what he said? He said one oxycodone pill was 10 times as strong. He said it was like 10 hydrocodone pills. Wrong. Wrong. 5 times. 5 times stronger, not 10 times, 5 times. But I mean, it's 5 times more effective at pain suppressing. So that's why I had this. I think this is why. It's because of the number 5. He says 10 times. It's not 10 times. All right. Just.
As I took more and more, and over the years, it just, you build up a tolerance to pain pills. And
Not
so
that many pain
what
pills.
might give me this energy, one of the reasons I became so addicted is, some people talk.
This is a good one. The painkillers gave him energy because he came in like a tornado to work, and he was like basically ADHD bouncing off the walls because of taking over 60 painkillers a day. Huh?
About pain pills and how they make them lethargic and, where they can't do anything and they feel. Opiates gave me energy. I mean, whatever I was doing, it made it more interesting. It made me want to do it longer. To go on a drive, it made driving. It just at the beginning, it made everything better. But I took so much just to keep. It got to a point where I was taking so much just to not backslide or go into withdrawals or have all those symptoms. And so it got to the point where I was taking the amounts that I came to be taking in the time period you're talking about, January to June.
I know.
So it evolved over time. It wasn't like it just started then, Mr. Waters.
I have to say also, when we watched this before, we had we have a number of Scroll Crew friends who are in recovery. Shout out to all of the Scroll Crew friends that are in recovery. And all of the ones that were there weighed in and said, there's so much that is missing here from someone that claims to be an addict, that it didn't add up. It didn't add up. And I mean, I know people in recovery, and I thought the same thing. When this trial happened live and I was watching this, I was like, nope. Before you even get to the numbers not adding up and the fact that like he'd be dead and all this other stuff, there's so much that is missing here from like a personal experience level that, just another thing. So
you can just give me one example of a day during that time period.
Sure.
So did you take
they
start
usually make people
at 8 o'clock in the morning or whatever time you got up and take one and then one every 30 minutes? I mean,
well, no,
I've given you a chance to explain. So
it would totally
be
depend.
specific.
It would totally depend on any number of circumstances. So starting a day, one of the main things that this would depend on was how late the day before I had taken pills and how many I had taken. And did I take them during the night? Did I wake up during the night and take them? So, let's just say that it had been a while since I took any and I slept and I woke up. All right. Then I would immediately, first thing, take pills, because if it's been a while, a lot of times if you slept and hadn't taken pills, you'd wake up and you could tell the beginnings of those. I'm not going to say they were really withdrawals, but the agitation that you feel when you don't take it, and you could tell it. So you had to take it right away. And so I would start off, first thing I would do would take pills.
Jim Griffin with that pen, though.
And that's how strong the withdrawals are for opiates, correct? That you feel that agitation until you can take another pill.
Yes, I mean, but that's just agitation's the tip of the iceberg when
Let's
it
talk about that.
comes to withdrawals, opiate withdrawals.
I think you said in your what's been played for the jury and the telephone conversation with Special Agent Kelly that, and you talked about withdrawals, just how strong they are, how you're willing to do anything to make them stop, correct?
I think what I said is almost anything.
Almost anything. Well, describe that, please.
This is great.
I mean,
This is where Creighton's like, look, I don't buy your bullshit story about the drugs, but if you want to keep going with this, I'm going to use it against you, and we're going to add it to the motive, which is great. I love it so much. It's like you can pick what do you want to be. What do you want to do? You want to be honest about the pills, or you want to stick with that story, and we're just going to prove that it. If we're going to go that route, it's just going to add even more to the motive. Yeah, I've not heard of the energy thing. The first I ever heard of it was Alex. I can imagine if you're in a lot of pain and that pain is lessened, I can imagine how you might feel. I mean, I still don't know if energy would be the right word, but like, I guess it takes being in pain, a lot of pain takes energy. So I feel like that could feel like, relatively speaking, like maybe less draining, but that's like lessening of pain. But like 60 to 100 pills? Are you kidding me? Are you saying they welcome back, by the way, Bunny? Are you saying they gave you energy too? I mean, I have to reiterate. But 60 to 100 though. You know what I mean? 60 to 100 a day. I mean,
You're sick. I mean, you're physically, you are physically sick. It's like having the flu when you ache and your joints hurt. You don't want to get up. I mean, you can't get up. And that's after a while. It starts with what you're talking about, agitation and, fidgety. Everybody talks about how fidgety I was. But it starts with that, and then it goes to, you might be sitting here and just all of a sudden sweat's running down your face, all over your body. I mean, like you ran a marathon. I mean, you literally sweat that much. The next thing that comes on after about, 12 hours is, I call it jumpy legs, but I mean, there's no way that you could sit right here in this chair. I mean, you couldn't remain sitting. I mean, you would have to get up and move around. And I mean, it's like your legs don't want to work. And that lasts for about anywhere from 18 to 24 hours. During that period, the intestinal issues come in, and I mean, you can't control yourself. You have, diarrhea, like you have food poisoning. You throw up. You're physically sick.
How many times did you try to self-detox?
Mr. Waters, dozens, if not hundreds. It's so many I can't tell you.
And those symptoms you just described are extremely powerful and made it very difficult to do that. Is that correct?
Made it difficult to
try to self-detox.
Oh, it's extremely hard.
You mentioned yesterday that you were paranoid. How long had that been going on?
Well, no, I didn't say that I was paranoid. What I said was, as the addiction evolved, there would be situations where you would have these paranoid thoughts.
And when did those first start?
I can't tell you when they first started, but
I mean, how long before June of 2021?
a long
Week,
time.
a month, a long time?
No. It was, it was as my addiction got worse. I mean, it was a significant period of time, but
How long
when-
did
when-
you have these paranoid thoughts?
I usually a matter of seconds. I mean, it was something, again, my whole life, you wouldn't see me where I didn't have pills on me. And that's where I kept them. I kept them on me because I was scared to put them somewhere for fear somebody would find them. So I kept them on me. So if you saw me, I had pills on me. I had a pocket full of pills on June the 8th, on June the 8th, when I was sitting in David Owen's patrol car. So I always had them on me, and I might be going to Edisto, and I turn on Hampton Street right out here, and a police car pulls out. Boom, I have paranoid thoughts. It just, but I could always say, you're not doing anything wrong. He's not following you. And I could get past it in a matter of seconds.
As an Alex, wait, no way. So also I was going to say the self-detox thing. Remember, he said the self-detox, that works out so well, right? Because then it's like magically there's no one alive who would have witnessed that, right? I just wanted to note that on the way in between his house and Almeda, his parents' house, so like 15 minutes from his house in Moselle, there is a detox facility right there. I mean, mind you, later on, he goes all the way to Florida to try to support his story, all the way to Florida to detox. But never mind how many places are closer, literally 15 minutes from home. And not only that, conveniently on the way between his house and Almeda, where his parents were living, there is a rehab facility. So,
Did anybody in your family ever see you having these severe withdrawals?
Absolutely.
that was first
And who
grade.
did?
Mags, Paw,
Convenient, right?
Bus,
Well, we heard Bus testify.
my
Bus
dad.
Every one of these people are dead except for Bus, who we heard testify, and he didn't ever witness this firsthand.
Randy, John Marvin.
And then Randy and John Marvin only ever saw it after the side of the road, which was after he started coming up with this. Which I think Creighton found that.
And just to be clear, Randy and John Marvin never saw me having withdrawals
There it is.
before September.
Right. Convenient, right? So before he ever told this story for the first time, he listed all these other people who'd seen him have withdrawals, but all of them are dead except for Buster and can't testify to it. And we heard Buster testify, and he couldn't testify to it. Oh,
They
So
saw me.
And I thank you for clarifying that. Prior to June of 2021, who in your family saw you having these severe withdrawals?
Bus, Paw, Maggie, my dad.
wow. Creighton, I love it.
Do you remember calling Paul a little detective?
I don't know that I ever called him a little detective, but I think Maggie did. I may have. I mean, Paul was very intuitive. So I heard
Think you said
Miriam.
that during
I
one of your
heard
interviews.
Miriam call him a little detective. I know Maggie used to call him that.
Did that have anything to do with the pills?
Well, yeah, it had something to do with it, but I mean, Paul was always that way, but that what led him to be called a little detective, certainly there were times when Paul found pills.
Including just a month before the murders. Is that correct?
No, sir.
You recall 6/5/23 that was entered into evidence, which is a text from Paul to you,
I did.
which he said that Maggie found pills in your bag.
Right.
Tell me about what happened after that.
You asked me about Paul finding them, but it was Maggie.
I'm just gonna have we broke this down a lot yesterday with the pills in the bag and whatnot, but we're gonna focus on this. We're gonna jump ahead to where we get more into the actual day of. Yeah, the self detox of it all, right? I mean, and which no one does anyway. I mean, you would because it's deadly. You can die. For starters,
That on this particular occasion, I think that Paw
oh, fucking hell.
convinced Maggie that I got those pills in anticipation.
We're still on the pills. Okay. This is the part that comes up where he objects, strongly object. Okay.
They are. And one of the things that I believe is getting past this may help them get some closure. And so since at least January, I've been.
God, see, I always catch new things watching this. So what he's saying, this is when they were talking about that he wanted to meet with the prosecutors and own up to everything. That's what he's saying. And he's saying that what he's going to do it is to help the families get closure from the financial. Like, I can't even, the words are not coming out of my mouth because I can't even say it. Hopefully you understand what I mean, people. They're talking about the financial crimes. He wanted to help the family. I can't even say it.
Trying to sit down with y'all to talk to y'all.
Okay.
And never, ever got a response to the multiple requests.
Multiple requests.
Yes, sir. Multiple requests. I would ask about this.
Mr. Murdaugh.
Let's
Let's ask
weeks.
this, sir.
Sir?
Did Mark Ball ever hear your story to the jury about the kennels until yesterday? Your buddy and law partner, Mark Ball?
Listen, I haven't spoken to Mark Ball since I went to rehab.
And these were the same law partners that you were listening to the night of. Is that what you testified to this jury earlier? You testified to that earlier, did you not?
I don't understand your question.
Didn't you testify earlier that you were listening to your law partners on the night of the incident?
Was I listening to them?
Yeah, you testified to that. It's a simple question, sir.
I'm sure I was. When are you talking about?
On June 8th in the early morning hours, you testified to this jury that you were listening to them, but you never told them the kennel story either. And they heard it for the first time yesterday as well. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's the first time they heard it.
First time that Ronnie Crosby ever heard that would have been yesterday.
If he was listening, that would have been the first time he heard
First
it.
time Johnny Parker ever heard that was yesterday.
Yes.
First time Danny Henderson, who was representing you in the boat case, ever heard that was yesterday.
Yes, yesterday is the first time that I have said that openly. But that's not what you were asking me, Mr. Waters, but
Oh, Lord.
you go ahead.
First time your brother Randy heard that was yesterday.
If he was listening.
He was in the gallery, you fool.
And Mr. Waters, just to be clear, I was begging for a meeting with y'all to try to bring this to a close, to talk to y'all about everything up until the time that y'all charged me with hurting Maggie and Paul.
Hurting.
Now, after that point in time, I stopped, obviously.
Information that you were begging for a meeting and but you admit the information was never conveyed that you wanted to change your story after multiple interviews with law enforcement about what happened that night, including the most important fact of all, which is when the last time you supposedly saw your wife and son alive was.
I don't know exactly what was conveyed or not because I wasn't part of it. All I know
Fair
is
enough.
what
You don't
I
know.
was trying to do was to sit down. I understood to bring all this to a close that y'all would want me to sit down and go through all of these financial things, all of these things that I'd done wrong. And to try to bring that to a close, I was repeatedly trying to sit down with y'all.
The reality is, Mr. Murdaugh, is the reason why no one's ever heard that before is because you had to sit in this courtroom and hear your family and your friends, one after the other, come in and testify that you were on that kennel video. So you, like you've done so many times over the course of your life, had to back up and make a new story that kind of fit with the facts that can't be denied. Isn't that true, sir?
No, sir, that's not true.
Okay. You've done that over and over again over the years with all of this that we've been talking about, haven't you?
I've done what over and over again?
The second that you're confronted with facts that you can't deny, you immediately come up with a new lie. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Waters, have we established I have lied many times, but I can't sit here and tell you that. What are you talking about? Facts that I can't deny? That I would disagree with that proposition that you're putting out. That was what I did all the time. But in doing that, I admit again that I've lied to people that trusted me.
So we can agree that the prosecution and law enforcement and so many of your friends and family heard for the first time your story about the kennels yesterday after all these weeks of testimony. Can we agree on that?
That law enforcement, my partners, and my friends heard me say that for the first time. Yes, I agree with that.
Great timing, Kane. Kane says they should have just asked him why he took the stand. So it's funny because literally where we're at right here is as close as, like, they can't ask him that directly, but in so many words they ask the question that's brought up, right? And the long and short of it, like what we just heard, is because he needed to explain his voice in that kennel video, point blank, like literally. And remember, it's like, we know his attorneys tried to stop him. They tried to stop this from happening. And Alex was like, no, I want to. But I mean, it is a mess. It is a mess. But Alex loves it. And he thinks he's killing it. It's crazy. And just the way he fills the silence is just, this cross-exam is one of a kind. That's all I can say. Creighton Creighton's just handles this so well. The patience and the space. And the way that he, pivots with Alex, it's just.
Can we agree on that?
That law enforcement, my partners, and my friends heard me say that for the first time. Yes, I agree with that.
Would you agree with me?
Wow. Dude, this is incredible, y'all. The way that, okay, watch this. The space, he's waiting for the next question. Doesn't know what the next question is going to be. Creighton comes over here. He's going to go lounge on the thingy there.
Would you agree with me
He says, would you agree? Now watch Alex bracing for whatever the question is. And then Creighton makes him wait again. Look at this. He's grabbing onto that microphone for dear life. Look at that face. Fuck. Creighton makes him wait. Wow. Oh my God. And then he's flipping through some more papers. Masterful. Masterful. Wow.
That your own lawyer was repeating your story that you were at home napping as late as November of 22
At home napping.
on national television.
I don't know.
You don't know that?
No, in jail, we don't get newspapers, and the TV we have is limited. So
your own lawyers, at least as late as November 22, didn't know this story that you've told to this jury after 5 weeks of your family and friends coming in and saying, yeah, that's him on that video.
I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor, violates attorney-client privilege communication. Totally improper. Totally improper.
Yes, sir. Response.
He has brought up his communications with counsel, and now that is fair game, Your Honor. His communications through counsel with, or alleged communications with the prosecution.
He didn't.
There's no attorney-client privilege to national television interviews. The objection is overruled.
Are you waiting for me to answer, Mr. Waters, or did I answer?
I think the point's made.
All right, sir.
You said you were unaware of that national television interview. Is that what you said? You were
Unaware of what national television
The
interview?
one where your lawyer repeated that story as late as November of 2022. Your story that you were actually home asleep at the house.
The only national TV ad that I'm aware of is program is one that Mr. Griffin was involved in. Are you referring to like a Dateline something?
I'm talking about HBO.
Okay, HBO. All right, yeah.
He references the stupid Dateline.
I am aware of that. And what I believe the case to be is that I believe that when that was in its works, that Mr. Griffin made those statements sometime substantially before November of 22, as early as around the very beginning of 2021.
Have you guys all
Let's
watched
talk-
Creighton? Have y'all all seen Creighton's band perform?
Talk,
At least what I understand to be the case.
all right, let's talk some more about your testimony from yesterday. And you're telling this jury, even on something as clear as a skin on video, that your story doesn't change when you have to make them fit the facts that no longer can be denied. Is that what you're telling this jury?
I don't understand that question. Say that again.
I said, you're telling this jury that you don't change your story to make the facts fit evidence you can no longer deny, like what's been going on in this courtroom.
I'm not telling the jury anything about that.
All right, good. All right, let's move on. Let's talk some more about that issue. Let's talk about the confrontation on June the 7th with Jeannie Seckinger, which you said was no big deal. Isn't that what you testified? Words to that effect?
I think what I testified to is that, to me, it certainly didn't seem like a confrontation. Jeannie came to me and was almost apologetic. And this is what I believe, Mr. Waters, is I believe that what Jeannie Seckinger and my partners have had to go through since September has been hard. I know I could see it. I could see the hurt that I caused them. And I know that they're betrayed, and I know that they're angry, and I know that they're hurt. And I want to make clear to this that while I disagree with what Jeannie said as to it being a confrontation, because I don't believe that it was, I don't think that she was lying. I think that she feels it. I think that, you know, she believes that that's the case after all this time that she's had to deal with this. But on June the 7th, when she came to me, she was almost apologetic. You heard her say that she said that she wouldn't be doing her job if she didn't do this. And it was made clear to me that someone had said this, that I had to make sure that income came through the firm, that I couldn't structure money.
I'm pausing it real quick. So let's just take a look for anyone who hasn't seen. Let's take a look at Creighton here. I love this so much. Y'all, look at him. He's got his beer, an IPA, and look, there's even a pool.
Hey everybody, we're the Soul Purpose Band.
Yay.
I hope you enjoy this next clip of this Eagles tune. I'm Zeke Bennett. This is Tim Bordner, Creighton Waters. And he's already gone, but that's Josh Hubbard.
Guess we're going to have to eat our lunch by ourselves.
Let's do it.
I will sing this victory song.
There he is. Look at him. Look at him go. Oh my God.
The letter that you wrote me, they stopped and wonder why. But I guess you felt like you had to set things right.
I will just say it's not all the time that you have the drummer who's also the singer. Now, I don't want to play too much of this because this is a song that I feel like it could get copyright shenanigans, but there's more. But wait, there's more. Let's take a look at this one. Look at him go. Dude, I love this.
You don't know
Oh my God, he's singing on this one. I haven't seen this one. He's singing.
much I hate I want you.
Wow. Wow.
Comforted feeling, addicted and reeling from the thought of leaving you.
Wow. Also, he's got a poster there. I can take this away so y'all can see. Pink Floyd, The Wall. Look at it. I love this so much.
Get up in the morning, smile and kiss your face. Meet with a yawning, walk around your place. You ask me how it's been.
It blows me away. It just blows me away.
You know it could be better. After all I've seen.
Hey, this is Creighton Waters, the lead This is the prosecutor. This is his band. That's him singing and playing guitar. I think so. Hit it, Creighton.
It's been such a long week, and I don't feel so good. Look where you get in your car, and nothing's ever right where you are. And you don't know how much I hate I'm wanting you.
You guys, I have one other thing we have to do real quick before I forget. This is a mini tangent, not really, but kind of. Just because the Pink Floyd there reminded me of this, we have to do this real quick. Hold on. We have to, but be ready to hurt from laughing. Just if you guys haven't, okay, just we have to do this. We have to. And honestly, it's been too long since I've watched this, and I'm glad I thought of this. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Speaking of Pink Floyd, okay. Oh my God. Worst one ever.
Hello, hello, hello. Is there anybody in there? Just not if you can hear me. Is there anyone at home? Come on now. Are you feeling down?
Oh God.
I hear your pain. Get you on your feet again. Relax, relax, relax. I need some information first. Just the basic facts.
What is happening?
Show me where it hurts. There is no pain. You
Have
are.
y'all seen this before? I just want to clarify. This is not Creighton. No. This is the worst band. This is the worst band of all time, covering Pink Floyd. I haven't watched this in a long time. This is one of the funniest videos ever. This is not Creighton. This is not Pink Floyd. This is the worst band. The Pink Floyd banner in the room is what, or poster or whatever, is what reminded me that we needed to watch this, and it is amazing. So
Show where it hurts. There is no pain. You are
one of these people on stage is in a different galaxy at the moment.
receiving. I guess the ship smoke on the horizon. You're only coming through in waves. Your lips move, but I can't hear what you're saying. When I was a child, I had a fever. My hands felt just like two balloons. Now I've got that feeling once again. I can't explain, you would not understand. It's not how I am. I have become.
Here comes the guitar solo. Wow.
Have become comfortably low. Okay. Just a little break. There'll be no more. But you're feeling a little sick. Can you stand up? I do believe it's working.
Why?
Good.
Why can you not ever be on the downbeat?
Going for the show. Come on, it's time to go. There is no pain.
Mother of God.
It's
like just one. If they could hit one downbeat together, we would be making progress.
The ship smoke on the horizon. You're only coming through in waves. Your lips move, but I can't hear what you say. When I was a child, I caught a fleeting glimpse.
It's good to be a singer also.
Out of the corner of my eye.
How did that happen?
I turned to look, but it was gone.
It makes me wonder, was he even worse at the instruments than they are? Is that how he ended up being the singer?
I put my finger on it now. The child is grown. The dream is gone.
Yeah.
I have become comfortably numb.
That's how he ended. That's all he ended. The thing is they're outside of a music store. I think that they're trying to promote or sell lessons is what I think they're doing. Because it says the music and it has pictures. Like, I think these are instructors, which is terrifying, to be honest. Yeah, I don't, it's They've got other songs. That's not their only one, but we'll table that. We're gonna head back to Murdaugh here. So, but anyway, hopefully you guys can appreciate Creighton's band actually does a great job, and Creighton does a great job. And shout out to Soul Purpose as well.
In other words, I had the impression that there was concern that maybe, like Mark Ball and Ronnie Crosby said, that maybe I was hiding fees because of the civil boat case. But that conversation was so quick, Mr. Waters, that you keep using the term confrontation. I didn't take it as a confrontation.
And you're telling this jury you're not making that issue fit, make your story fit with those facts by saying, it wasn't a big deal, and Jeannie, she's hurt, so she's overreacting now.
No, that's not
what
what
I'm
I'm
saying.
saying.
Stand and testify.
What I'm saying is exactly what I just testified to, that to me on that day, that was not a confrontation. It ended almost as quickly as it began, and I didn't think about it again for a period of time until after everything happened.
You testified earlier, you get paranoid if a police officer turns out behind you, but you're not getting paranoid when Jeannie comes in here and says, I need an answer about these fees?
No, because
I believe you took them?
No, things like that wouldn't cause the paranoid thought and the paranoid thinking. It was always related to pills. It was always, okay, that reaction that somebody just gave me.
It was always related to pills.
Do they know something? Did somebody said?
I'm gonna use that.
It was, I mean, the times that's what, when I had to deal with paranoid thinking, that, you know, if a judge confronted me in the courtroom about a piece of evidence, or if Jeannie asked me about that, those are not things that gave me paranoid thinking.
Okay.
Again, I've watched this so many times. I never even noticed this until now. Watch Creighton's hand gesture here. I've never picked up on this till now.
Jeannie asked me about that. Those are not things that gave me
Here.
paranoid thinking.
Okay.
So dismissive. Oh, it's just beautiful. Beautiful.
And you testified the same thing about the boat hearing on June 10th. Not worried about it. No big deal. Correct?
No big deal.
No, I didn't say that it was no big deal, but I said that my main concern about those motions coming up on June the 10th dealt more with the venue motion than they did with the motion to compel, I believe is what I said.
Are you telling this jury that you didn't testify yesterday, that you weren't concerned about it?
I wasn't overly concerned about it.
Okay.
And I'm sure I had some level of concern because the venue motion was a big issue in the case.
Well, were you concerned enough about it to bow up with Mark Tinsley at the trial lawyers conference and say, what are you doing, Bo?
No, absolutely, unequivocally, never happened.
If the Ferris fee issue comes to light on June the 7th, you're not going to be able to borrow money from Johnny Parker anymore, are you?
If the Ferris fee, hypothetically speaking, if the Ferris fee came to light on June the 7th, well, here, any point in time, if the Ferris fee came to light, Johnny Parker would not loan me money.
Okay.
If Johnny knew that I had taken fees, I would not have been able to borrow money from Johnny Parker.
You testified earlier about going to the Gamecock baseball game on the weekend prior to Monday, June the 7th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
Hold on for me real quick.
Sir?
I love how like Alex just sits there nodding. Nodding about what now? He's like, hold on for me real quick. Now Putin over there with the poop. Poop. A poop surprise. Oh, I just thought of something, guys. Have yourself a merry little poop miss. Sorry, I don't know why. I don't know why.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as stage 572 to this trial. You got your readers with you, or your glasses. And first, I just want you to look through that document and answer the question, do you generally know what that is?
Waters. Someone wants something, so if you'll stand for a moment, everybody stand for a moment.
We love Judge Newman's stand breaks. Yeah, I totally agree here, Trisha, that he thought they were going to find him not guilty. Yep, totally agree. I also love Judge Newman. Totally love him. Who was it? I think it might have been Official was saying how he reminds him of like Morgan Freeman, like as like the narrator for things, or like the God voice. Totally has that. Look at him standing here though. This is really interesting. So watch this. He's gonna stand here and then he's gonna hold real still for a long period of time. Everyone else is chatting. Look at him. Like, look at the difference in each window here. Isn't this crazy? If you would think, if you were watching just him, you would think it was on pause, wouldn't you? He's not even blinking. Like, you guys, he's not even blinking. This is crazy. Like, wow. Like, everyone's like, look at the hustle and bustle. And of course, there's a lot of sound, although it's muted for the court. But like, look at this though. It's crazy. You just would think, I mean, he's not even breathing. There's literally no movement from him.
Come to order.
Amazing. I mean, right? Great question. He's totally.
May it please the court. Have you got a chance to review that, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you recognize what those are generally?
I do.
And what are they?
Text between Maggie and I.
And what day did they take place?
June the 6th.
June the 6th, 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
At this time, the state would offer states 572 in evidence. Objection.
To admit without objection.
All right. Tell the jury, where were you when these texts were taking place?
I was in the hotel,
And what city were you in?
Columbia, South Carolina.
All right. And where?
I'm not exactly sure where they were when they first started, but they would have been somewhere between a hotel, a restaurant, and the ball field.
All right. But when you sent this text on June 6th at 11:41, you say y'all in seat already, correct?
Yes, that's what I did say.
All right. And they say, yeah, Maggie says, yes, we like these seats. Is that correct?
All right, that's correct. I didn't notice that. So at that point in time, they are in the ballpark.
All right. And then you respond, better than last night. They extended checkout to 1. Going to come then. Is that correct?
That's what that text says. Yes, sir.
All right. So you're back at the room. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Later on, you text after she asked you to bring a charger and says, Muggy, you text, I'm dreading it. See you in a little bit. Is that correct?
That's what I said. Yes, sir.
She responds, "Don't come," but then asks about the charger and says it's hot. Is that correct?
So as far as the rehab, the Sunrise Beach. So the way this worked, right? So remember, after the side of the road and the staged shooting, which remember, all that happened on the same day that he, for the first time, made up the whole thing. Like this September 4th, all of a sudden, I'm addicted to pills, and then you have the roadside shooting, right? And so then after that, he's taken to allegedly the Sunrise Detox in Georgia. However, there's literally no proof of that. And his attorneys are somehow there with him, and they don't want SLED to come out and interview him there. I am in the camp that he was not there and that he could have just been locally. And they didn't want, like, the reason they wouldn't want SLED to go out to the Sunrise place in Georgia to meet with them is because he's not there, right? But then next thing you know, he's at the Sunrise Detox in Florida, which we watched those videos yesterday from when I called them up and whatnot. And if you guys missed that, we can totally watch those again because it's hilarious and very interesting. And did you guys, if y'all didn't see that, we should watch it for sure. So let me know.
Mr. Waters, yes, I assume you were reading it exactly. So, yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, we can. Ask and you shall receive, guys.
She eventually responds, "Not crowded, but not the place to come if you don't feel well. Very hot and muggy. We are inside, sitting at the bar, very nice indoors." Is that correct?
That's what it says. Yes, sir.
And then you respond, "Dialed you by accident. They are making me leave, so I'll see y'all in a few." Is that correct?
That's correct.
And who was making you leave where?
It was past checkout time at the hotel.
After you got an extended checkout, right?
It appears so.
Okay, hang on just a second. Let me share this to you guys. Okay. So this is from when I covered the trial gavel to gavel, but okay. So field trip. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, I can skip past this part. Let me go ahead a little bit. Moselle. We need to get to the part. Okay, here we go. Field trip to Florida. Courtesy of Squirrel Investigations, LLC. Squirrel Lock Holmes. So this is the body cam from his arrest. This is how I found this. There's the address. It took a lot of searching here. I found it. There's a picture. And this is me finding the location. Open now. Okay, so now what you guys are hearing is me narrating when I discovered all this in real time. That's it. So we found it. The question that I have right now is, why did he go all the way to Orlando, Florida? Yeah. But let's take a look. So here it is. Let's do this. I think on the body cam, the cops approach it from the left. So let's see. Can we go here? Sweet. Holy fucking shit. You guys, do you see what I'm seeing? What? What? We're gonna watch that. We're gonna watch that next, Meg. Don't worry. What is happening? Why? The railroad. So it's surrounded by railroads. So I'm going to skip ahead. We talked a lot about this one yesterday too. This just shocked me, the whole thing with the railroads. So now I'm finding it. Okay. Aha. Okay. But, oh, interesting. There it is. Let's You know, I was too quick to not look closer at the serial view. I mean, that's what I'm learning. Like I was like, oh yeah, blah blah. Let's get on the streets. Hello. Wow. Okay, this is great. What? Oh my god. I don't even.
It's surrounded by railroads.
What?
My brain
Okay.
is buffering in real time there.
These are all railroad tracks. What is happening? I don't have. Okay. So I'm sorry. I'm in shock. Okay. I've gotten really good at learning all the railroad systems in South Carolina, but I don't know Florida's. So we're gonna have to figure out what this is.
So we can talk more about that. We talked about it yesterday, but basically this is me discovering that the whole thing is surrounded by railroads. Getting to the part of like, why did he go all the way to Florida? There's a lot of connections with the CSX right here.
CSX. Okay, I've done this before. I can do it again.
So this is where I verify that the CSX railroad is also the railroad that's operating where that detox
There we go.
place.
See, look, I've been here before. It knows. All right.
So I'm just going to jump ahead to where I find that right here. There
it is. There it is. We got it. It took a while. We got there. There it is. All right.
So the CSX railroad operates this same freight line surrounding the Sunrise Detox. But now we're going to go to the one where I call them because this is really interesting and also it is funny. Okay. Let's get squirrely.
This is all right. So here's Sunrise Detox. This is in Alpharetta, Georgia, near Atlanta. There's all,
of course, Meg.
But here's the one in Florida. You might see how you might be like, well, how do I know? Yeah, they're identical. Look for the change in phone number.
And actually, so we do a little tour around the one in Georgia, which he never went to, but he should have because that's closer anyway, right? To where, here, let me go to this.
And then, but he says he's here. Okay, sorry, let me do that better. He says he's at this place.
Initially.
We have no evidence of that. He wouldn't let them come meet him. You know my thoughts on that. I think that's all bullshit. And then, but he says he's here. And then when they do actually eventually arrest him in Florida, he's at the place we just looked at, which was where the trains are. So, but here's what I need to understand is this. Is there not a Sunrise Detox? Let's see. In fucking South Carolina. Get out of here. They have a lot of Georgia. So no South Carolina. Okay, so now next step. Oh my fucking god. Next step is okay, what are we gonna do? Let's do this. What I'm wondering is this, there's gotta be, I know this is fucking middle of nowhere. There's gotta be a bigger city, and there are detox obviously places in South Carolina. I have an idea. This looks like it could be legit. Let's see. Hampton, South Carolina. Okay. This is interesting. And I just have to say, like, this is my mind is being blown right now. Okay, hang on. Why would he not go here, right? Why would he not, like, not loaf. Why would he not go here? And this is just the first one that like actually seemed like it's actually there. Let's double check. But
there's probably others. I'm shocked that there's one. I was thinking that's 1 star, but only 1 review. 20-minute drive. There you can see it's on the way to Almeida. We got one. Let's see. Can he make any excuse about insurance or whatever? Let's see. Okay. All right. Next up. Are there any others? Like, I already know there's going to be fuck ton in Charleston that are luxurious, like the kind he went to in Florida. I don't know. It makes me wonder if, like, there's some sort of connection there. Like, I don't know, maybe he had it to where if they were going to try to, I mean, they didn't allow Sled to come out there, right? But like, and Sled said they never verified he was there, and they really acted like, Brian Kelly was like very clear he did not really believe that. But makes me wonder if there was a way that he had someone that would cover for him to like verify he was there, but like also someone to get him in Florida. Here's what I want to know. I want to know, is there a process by which they verify that you have, an addiction to get in there? Okay, when you're admitted, you arrive at our detox facility. We'll assess your condition, ask you about your history. Well, he can always lie about that. This is interesting because it's like they're going to check to make sure you don't have drugs on you and don't have drugs in your urine, right? Well, he would pass that, right? If he's making the whole thing up. Fucking hell.
And that's important.
At some point, I'll probably have to call this phone number.
That's the important thing. They want to make sure that you don't have drugs in your system and that you don't have drugs on you. Okay.
And just ask questions. You guys, this is just going like, am I going too far? I mean, I'm not, just to call, and ask questions about the process, right? Really fucking curious. Should I do this?
Yes.
Oh my God. And now I feel like I have to do this though. I'm going to keep, okay, it's too late. I have to do it now. I'm going to put it on speakerphone. Are you guys ready? This is insane. Yeah, this is insane. I'm insane. This is the point where it's like, yep, that's insane. Insanity. We've reached that place. I'm dialing the number on my keypad. Oh my God, I can't believe this is, you guys. Okay, hold on. This is where I'm really bad at this stuff because I get too excited. I have to figure out, what should I say? Okay, let's just call. We're going to wing it. Oh my God.
Thank you for calling Sunrise Detox. One of our admissions staff will be with you momentarily.
Sunrise, this is Kyler. How can I help you?
Hi, I just had a couple questions about the potentially the detox process and kind of like what you guys have to offer.
Okay, yeah, I can gladly assist. Is this for you or a loved one?
If it's for me.
Okay, what's your name? Let's go ahead and get you some help.
Okay, well, I'm just inquiring. I'm just looking at different options. But my first name is Chelsea.
Okay, what kind of questions do you have? I can walk you through the process.
Yeah. So I guess I just don't know what to expect. I've never been through this before. So what would I expect if I'm just first arriving at a detox facility to kind of be assessed?
Sure. So we are an inpatient medical facility. We treat substance abuse as well as mental health. I'd have to get some general information. We can go ahead and get you on the schedule. Once you arrive, they're going to know who you are. You'll have a backpack with comfortable clothes and toiletries. Once you get there, you'll sit down with my medical staff. We're going to go over everything with you. Your height, your weight, your blood pressure, the amount of usage, length of usage, everything is taken into consideration. And then a protocol is put together based off your needs. We have one-on-one counseling daily. There's a couple of group sessions, counseling daily. We have a private chef, housekeeping crew. The only thing you need to focus on is getting better.
Okay, great. So how long typically is the detox program?
Yeah, anywhere from 3 to 14 days, all depending on what you're using and what you need help with. You said your first name is Chelsea?
Yes, and then also like just because I know this is important too. Like after if someone finishes detox, do you have programs there for continuing like recovery programs or things of that nature?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Chelsea, is that spelled Chelseea?
Yes, it is. So like if someone is if some Wilson, Wilson.
Wilson.
And I'm just curious.
Treatment in the past?
No. Like, I just know I've heard from other people that it's important that you have like support. So I guess my question would be like, what is like the length of stay? Like if you were to have those extra services after detox.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that to you right now. What are you using? What do you need help with?
Painkillers.
Okay. Any other substance involved?
No.
All right, no problem. And what state are you calling from?
Yeah, I'm in North Carolina, so I'm just again, like I said, I'm just kind of looking at different options. But you guys were recommended by a friend, so.
Friend.
Gotcha. When you saw us or when they recommended you, what location of ours did they?
They were in the one in Orlando.
We have two in Georgia as well.
Okay, great.
Either way, for an opiate detox, we are looking at a 7-day stay. That'll give us enough time to safely and comfortably get you off. We do work with most private insurances or self-pay.
Okay, let me ask you this real quick though before I forget. So, is there any difference? I didn't know there were locations in Georgia. Is there any difference between your facility in Orlando and then the ones in Georgia, or do you guys offer the same things?
So here I'm trying to figure out again, why did he go all the way to Florida?
The only difference would be the insurance that we accept.
Okay.
Do you carry health insurance coverage?
Yeah, Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Okay. And what type of? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what other than that.
Difference. That would restrict you to the Alpharetta, Georgia location, where we are in network. Otherwise, you have the option of self-paying. You can pay to come in at any of our locations.
Okay. And then do you guys have also like, do you have like meditation or things of that nature too? Group therapy support or anything like that as well?
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Every day.
Georgia.
Are you looking to get the help, Chelsea?
I don't know. I'm still just considering it, but to know that there's one that's a little bit closer, I'll probably give them a call and see because I didn't realize that.
No need to give them a call because you're already speaking with them.
Okay.
This is for all of our locations.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
And chances are, Chelsea, if you're calling today, you probably needed help days, weeks, possibly months ago. I don't recommend considering getting help any longer. I say rip the Band-Aid off. Come on in. The sooner you get this started, the sooner you can put this situation behind you.
Okay. Amazing that like he literally was like, let's get you in today. Like incredible, right? I mean, proof that you need not have ever taken a painkiller to be admitted to this particular detox facility or this franchise and go into rehab. I mean, it's crazy.
Well, let me, I'm going to think about it and I'll give you guys a call back if that's okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you guys, I just hung up because I can't. Do you guys have any idea how hard it was not to laugh? And had to like, I'm like, oh my God. I didn't want to give my last name because like that was me trying to be smart on the spot because like, you know what I mean? It was like Wilson. Oh my God. That was insane. So, but in case the reason I was asking that question about the different locations is because, again, it's like, why would he go all the way to Florida? Right. So I don't know. That was interesting. I wish he had been less pushy because I knew he was going to say that, right? You have to you do it right now, rip the Band-Aid off. I mean, I expect that. Of course, they're going to say that. I mean, that's correct, right? Anyone that has an addiction, like they should get help right away, first of all. But second of all, of course, from a sales perspective, of course, they're going to say that. But I wish that instead of trying to get be so like direct on that, clearly I was wanting to learn more information about the other services. And his priority was kind of getting me started to sign up, right? But the reason I was curious about the other services is because, I'm wondering like in my, I've mentioned this on other live streams, like how, you know, perhaps he, what if he just was able to kind of get in and then take advantage of like meditation or yoga, right? Because a lot of these fancy places, because they offer all these additional services, so they can charge like a fortune, I would imagine, you know, like perhaps perhaps detox is covered by insurance, but then all the other shit, right? Did you guys hear him say private chef? I was almost like, sign me up. But like private chef, all this stuff that they offer, right? I'm sure there's like gorgeous swimming pools and stuff, whatever. But anyway, my point is like, I
wonder if there's a tiny waterfall.
That if he was there, got him, you know, I don't know. It's just interesting, right? He goes all the way to Florida. I mean, then there's also the railroad there. I mean, maybe he does have some sort of connection who could get him in. And again, like I was reading here on the screen, like he could lie about his fucking background. Like that's part of why I hung up too, because I'm like, I don't know enough about drugs to even continue lying and being convincing. Like I don't. So painkillers, right? I was glad he didn't tell me like how much and what's your dose. Like I couldn't do. That's where I'd fail at that, I think, without having that information in front of me. I couldn't just make something up. So like it would be hard for me to convince anybody that I have any type of like, you know, background with this. So I'm just like going off of what I know Alex did. But yeah, I guess, you know, yeah. So here it's like they're going to make sure they're going to request a urine sample. Like, in other words, here's my thought. These places make so much money. How hard are they going to require you to prove that you have an addiction? That's really my question. But I can't just ask that directly. But that's what I'm wondering. How hard? But you know what they are going to do is they're going to make you prove that you're not bringing drugs in, right? They're going to search your shit and do a urine sample. I don't know that they're going to work that hard to have you prove that you like essentially if the whole thing is you come in, you give them your history, but they want you to come in without drugs on you and without drugs in your system. Anyone can lie about their history. There's no way to prove. I mean, not to mention you would take someone at their word, right? Anyway, like most people, okay, let me put it this way. Here's what I'm getting to. Alex Murdaugh is probably the only person on the planet who would lie about having a drug addiction for other reasons, as he's been doing, in my opinion, to cover up all this other shit, to where he would actually go to rehab and lie about having an addiction, and in order to try to make it seem legitimate.
Yep.
He would, so, you know, he lies about it, right? Let's say he lies about it, and he lies about the Georgia one, but tells them Putin and Jim say don't come, blah blah. But then eventually he's going to have to try to bolster that lie, right, and give supporting evidence. And so what does he do? He goes to the one in Florida because that's where they're going to arrest, and that's where they arrest him there, right? So it's like, it's, in my opinion, it's God, it's like he's just trying to make it seem real, right? But like looking at this and looking at it through, like it doesn't look like they're going to want proof that you have drugs in your system. Oh, sorry, that's my dehumidifier. Hold on. Like it looks like they're going to want proof that you aren't on drugs and don't bring drugs in.
Because here it says on the screen here, we'll also conduct a regular inspection of your bags for controlled or banned items and request a urine sample. That's to be admitted. So they request the urine sample. So what do you mean here, Trisha, that you would have had less questions? Let me just see what you guys are saying. CPS. What are you talking about here, Trisha? But yeah, what do you mean here? You would have had less questions. Yeah, I was trying to get as much info as I could, obviously.
And who are like, and the other things, like, in other words, are they going to turn someone away? Like, let's say that me or someone like Alex, right, shows up, doesn't have drugs in their system, isn't carrying any drugs on them, and then lies about their history, right, or just whatever. I think they're not going to turn you away for a couple reasons. One, why would anyone make it up? Two, you know, if someone really needs help, right, you don't want to turn them away. You you want to offer them help. 3, they won't make money, right? Like if they see someone as a potential, client, customer, right? And you tell them you have a problem and they can solve your problem, especially when their requirements are like, obviously they don't want you bringing drugs in. Like, hopefully this makes sense, but like, I think that's exactly what fucking happened.
So Trisha, is what you're saying? Are you saying that CPS made you? Are you saying that you passed a drug test for CPS, but they still had you go to rehab even though you didn't have drugs? Is that what you're saying, Trisha?
If there's anything else, aftercare plan. That's what I wanted to know. I wonder what health insurance Alex had. I don't think Blanca said which type. I need to find that out because that could determine also. Like again, he could have been totally faking, right? Like, okay, in my opinion, having just made that phone call, I feel very strongly like I could have, if I were a better liar like him, I could completely make this shit up and I could be going off to detox today, right?
Literally. And so Trisha is saying exactly that. Right. Okay. So that another example of where for her, she's saying that she passed a drug test and was still sent to rehab. Okay. So there you go.
And the thing is that do they carry my health insurance, right? And then it's like you go to that facility where they carry your health insurance, and all that it's going to take is for them to, they're going to bill it through the insurance, right? And so, look how happy this guy is. He's like, I love rehab, yay! Okay. Oh, pause. Let us conclude with a slideshow of the pictures. This is the one in Orlando where our favorite shrimp boy was. Yep, we know that. Wow, some nice furniture. I like this I like that style of sofa, I guess. Very, very clean. Very clean. Some nice tables so they can do like crafts maybe. They're just enjoying their time at rehab because it's like a vacation. And look, they have markers so they can do some drawing. It's nice. Sorry, this face. I mean, let me just preface this. These are not real. Like, these are just people probably off the street that they paid to come in and pose and be like, look like you're at rehab, right? They wouldn't reveal the identities of actual rehab clientele. So, do they ask them to look happy? Do they tell them to look happy? Are they just like, and what's funny is actually, so the women are all smiling. You can tell she's smiling. He's smiling, but these two dudes are not smiling. They're not having as good of a time as the rest of the group. Wow, that's nice. Holy shit. Wow. That's like insane because like, wow. Oh, Charlie, what a great story, Charlie. Oh my God, I'm losing it. I'm losing my mind. Huh.
The tiny bed.
That's interesting.
The tiny bed.
Is this in case you have a child with you? Why is there a little baby-sized bed over here? Because I can't imagine they would put you in the room with a stranger. Can you imagine if you're detoxing?
Right there, Trisha.
Like, that's like a baby. Look how little that bed is.
Exactly, though. Right. That's exactly what I'm saying. And the question being, why did he pick this one, right? It's like, you can go and like, that's what the whole thing with the aftercare, right? They're not going to turn you away because they're making money. And you have the pool, you have the meditation, you have yoga, you have a private chef, you have housekeeping, you get to stay in these rooms. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, that's exactly it. That's exactly it.
Husband and wife. I need to call back and ask what the deal is with this, because that is now my most important question of all of it. Why are there two beds in one room and one bed is a teeny bed? What's happening? Oh my God. Did it skip past something? Whoa. No, it does that. It does that. Okay, now it did that. Well, and we're back. where we started from. So this, I guess, I didn't really, did we really, I don't know, did we appreciate that one fully? This, I guess, is like the dining area. Interesting. I mean, I guess like the private chef, maybe there's like an option, like you can take your meal in your room, your fancy room, or you can eat there with your friends. If indeed you have friends. Oh, Charlie. So, I mean, I think that this gets to the point of like what I was saying was there's different types of rehab facilities, right? If you've got meditation, a private chef, a pool, you're probably in that category of luxury, really more like a vacation. I've seen documentaries on this, right? It's like a whole thing. Like they, you know, I mean, the fact that they make it look like, look at this, right? All the pictures, it's like, it looks like a vacation. It looks fun. It looks like a great time. I think that your legit rehab and detox facilities are going to be like, yeah, this is going to be hell on earth. This is going to be a nightmare, da, da, da. Like the reality that they're portraying is not the reality of people detoxing and going to rehab. It's just literally not, right? Those of you guys who've been to rehabs can, I'm sure, attest to that. I have friends, again, who are in recovery and have been to rehab, and it's just, they're selling a different type of experience. And you can see why, if you're someone who doesn't really have a drug addiction, this is the type of place you would be going to, where you're not actually doing detoxing or rehab shit, right? You're literally just like, you know, so that's what I, there's a show called Mom. Not watched it. Let's go. Exactly. This is what I'm thinking. The place where celebs go to escape scandal. Yup. I don't know if that's in reference to the show, but that's like literally exactly what I picture. And I've seen documentaries on this type of thing. Like that's what I picture with this place. You know, where it's like they're not just doing drug, you know, it's just for, you know, let's just say someone's like, I just need a break from daily life. Like, I'm sure you can go to this place. I mean, y'all heard the people on the phone with me, right? Literally, they would have signed me up to go to rehab same day, quote unquote rehab, right? Welcome, Tonka. And so it's like versus like actually, I mean, he didn't ask any questions in relation to anything except for like what type of drugs. And I'm like, painkillers. He's like, good enough. All right. And it's like, anyway, it's proof that you can make the shit up, and that's good enough for them. You know what I mean? So, okay. So now we're going to get back to Alex on the stand.
Let's talk about June 7th, okay?
Yeah.
You got up that morning, or what time do you think you got up and left that day?
After having the benefit of looking at all these records, I don't know what time I got up, and looking at the records, obviously I've been up for a while, but it appears I left shortly after noon.
Okay. And you went to work?
I did, yes, sir.
And what were you working on at work?
I was working on this Dominion Energy case, was primarily what I was working on, that we had motions coming up later in that week. As I said earlier, I believed at the time that it was the biggest case that I'd ever been involved in. And there were motions coming up in that. I was preparing. Danny had been Danny Henderson, my partner that was helping me with the civil case from the boat wreck, had been on me about getting a financial statement, and I finished doing that so that it could be given to Danny. It's primary, is what I remember doing. Obviously, I talked to Jeannie. But
Okay. And what time did you leave?
and I'm sure I did some other routine office things, but I can't tell you what they are.
All right. What time did you leave?
It appears that I left around a little after 6 from the records.
Okay.
I thought I'd left earlier than that, but I mean, the records seemed to be pretty clear.
All right. And you were, in fact, I think you said in many of your interviews that you were working on the boat case that day as well. Your financial declaration.
Yes, I prepared the financial declaration. I didn't do any work in this civil case. So my work in that is what I did. I prepared the financial statement, which took me a little bit of time to get the details on that. But I mean, that was the work I did in preparation for the motions coming up.
And what time did you get home?
And looking at the records, it looks like I got home a little before 7, 6:45, I think, 6:40 something.
Then you and Paul rode the property?
That's correct.
And you told law enforcement you shot a .22?
That's correct.
You told law enforcement that you never saw any blackout?
That I'd never seen a blackout?
That at that point in time when you and Paul were riding the property?
No, I did not see a blackout.
Love that.
Did you tell law enforcement that you and Paul were going around looking for hogs?
If I said that,
Go ahead.
and if I told them that, you don't look for hogs in the daytime. All right. The hogs are deep in the swamp in the daytime. So I can tell you that Paul and I were not riding around looking for hogs. But what we were doing is we were going from food plot to food plot, and we were looking for hog signs. All right. What a hog will do is come out and root, and they tear up food plots. They tear up everything. And so that was one of the things we were doing. But we were not hog hunting. We were not looking for hogs. We did not have the 300 blackout with us.
Okay. Paul didn't have the gun that blackout that he favored with him while y'all rode the property.
The gun that's in here,
Any rifle.
there was no 300 blackout with me and Paul.
All y'all had was a .22.
And that was a .22 pistol, but we didn't have that with us at that time riding the property.
Right. And you testified, you've seen the Snapchat video of you on the tree. Is that right?
I have seen that.
And you don't dispute the time of that video, do you?
I don't even know what time that was taken, but whatever the gentleman came and testified to, I don't dispute that.
All right. And what time, well, let me ask you this. When did you go back to the house? Were you with Paul or were you by yourself?
I was by myself when I went back to the house. I went back to the house basically when Maggie got there.
When Maggie got there. All right. And where had Paul gone prior to that? Was he back at the house already or he came after you?
Paul was at the shop when I went back to the house.
All right. So you beat him to the house is what you're saying. Is that right?
I beat him to the house?
Yeah. You were at the house prior to him getting there.
Yes.
All right. And you say Maggie was there at the same time or there before?
We're going to take a look here in a minute with the truck, but I think that when him and Paul separated is when Alex staged the guns out there at the kennels. I think maybe he might have even had them left at the skin and shed.
You were there after you.
That's what I'm not absolutely certain about. I believe that Maggie came through the kennel entrance, and going back and looking at these records and these times, I believe she came through the kennel entrance while Paul and I were at shop. But either way, I got to the house very shortly after Maggie got there.
Okay.
And I believe that she came through, and I believe that I went right behind her.
And when did you take the shower that you've been talking about?
I believe when I first went in the house. I mean, I would have talked to Maggie for a second, but I'd seen her that morning, so I would.
You left your clothes on the floor?
I'm not sure. It makes sense to me given what Blanca's said, but I couldn't tell you one way or the other.
All right. About what time was that, you think?
And looking at the records, I think that was a little after 8.
And you're saying Maggie was already there at that point?
When I got to the house?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what did you do after that?
I came back out, sat out on the couch to eat dinner.
All right. What time was that?
A few minutes later. I mean, it didn't take me long to shower.
And you say Paul was already eating at that point?
He was.
You say he left first.
What I said is he got up and he finished eating, and he left our immediate vicinity. Now, I don't believe he left at that point, given what I've looked at time records and all. I believe that he was around the house for a little bit longer.
And just to be clear, again,
but I didn't see him.
All of this detail was people were hearing for the first time yesterday, like we talked about before, correct?
Say that again.
All of this detail that we're going through right now is not anything that you related before. We're all hearing this for the first time yesterday.
Objection, Your Honor. Fifth Amendment privilege.
Objection is overruled.
So, yes, I did not tell law enforcement. Actually, I don't think law enforcement asked me what I did when we first went to the house, but I clearly lied to law enforcement about what I said yesterday.
Okay. And all of this, the last time you supposedly saw your wife and child, all of this detail, you as a lawyer and a prosecutor didn't think that was important to offer on your own?
Well, I think it's important.
You told this jury how cooperative you've been and how much information you wanted to provide, but you left out the most important parts, didn't you?
I left out that. I sure did.
You don't consider that one of the most important parts?
I think it's important.
All right, tell me about what happens next. Tell me about how Maggie and Paul end up down at the kennels.
I'm still not absolutely certain exactly how they ended up at the kennel, but in looking at the time frames and looking at the GPS points, I think I pretty well know, because I wasn't sure if Maggie had walked to the kennels or ridden to the kennels, and I wasn't exactly sure how Paw got there, but I'm all but certain that Maggie and Paul went to the kennel together.
All right. And what was the discussion? You said that they were going down there, but you didn't want to go. Is that right?
Maggie. What I said is Maggie asked me to go to the kennels with her, and I wasn't going to go. I said, I'm not going to go.
And how long after she left did you supposedly go down there?
It was very quickly.
And what did you tell this jury and all these new facts as to the reason you changed your mind? Why'd you change your mind?
I just had a shower.
No, why'd you change your mind?
When you go to the kennel,
oh my God,
you always end up at the shop. Dogs are running around. You're always going to end up doing more work. All right. It's hot. I'd already had
He doesn't ever. One thing he doesn't even try to explain is how he changed his mind. So it just doesn't make sense.
a shower. I didn't want to go to the kennel
I understand that. So why'd you change your mind?
because Maggie wanted me to.
So you thought about it for a few minutes and then decided to go down there?
I don't think I sat and contemplated, am I going to go? Am I going to go? I think that, like many things Maggie wanted me to do, if I didn't do it at first, I ended up doing it.
And you took the golf cart down to the kennels?
That's correct.
How long did that take to drive from the house down to the kennels in a golf cart?
You know, in looking at the records from OnStar and all of that, it seems to take about a minute in the
golf cart.
Nope, in the Suburban. So I would think it's probably, in looking at those speeds of 24 miles an hour, I would think it takes double that. I think it takes a couple minutes.
All right, so you'll concede at least a couple minutes to drive down there. Is that right?
Yes.
In a golf cart.
That's correct.
When the kennel video was going on, had you arrived before that?
I believe that I had.
Okay.
I think part of the problem, I think part of the problem is like with his initial story before the kennel video came out, he'd given so many excuses as to why he didn't go to the kennels. Because the initial thing was like, yeah, Maggie wanted him to go to the kennels, but he didn't want to go. And there was a million reasons why. All these reasons why he didn't want to go to the kennels. He gave like every reason in the book. It was almost like overkill, right? And then when it's like, oh, so you did go to the kennels, so then why'd you change your mind? It's like, well, now you've just screwed yourself because you've given only a billion reasons why you didn't want to go to the kennels, like to where it's like a lot, right?
Miles an hour, I would think it takes double that. I think it takes a couple minutes.
All right, so you'll concede at least a couple minutes to drive down there. Is that right?
Yes.
In a golf cart?
That's correct.
When the kennel video was going on, had you arrived before that?
I believe that I had.
Okay. How long do you think you had been there before that was going on?
Not long. Because when I got there, in looking at the kennel video, you can see Paw standing in the kennel. When I got there, Paw wasn't standing in the kennel.
Look at him.
He wasn't in the kennel anymore?
Well, he wasn't in the kennel like he is in the video.
Right.
He's probably, and I don't know exactly, but I know he wasn't in the kennel. He was like in the driveway. He was fooling with Cash. He was in the driveway, but like close to the kennel, but not in the kennel like he is in the video.
Oh my God.
So the video happened after that, according to you?
Trust.
Video happened after I got
After
there.
you first saw Paul? You're saying he wasn't in the kennel. When did the video happen?
I believe that to be the case.
Okay. After you had arrived. Is that correct?
Yes.
And
Very shortly after I arrived, but after I arrived.
all right. And did you tell Maggie at that time that you were going to go to Alameda?
I did not.
Did y'all discuss it at all, according to you, to these new facts you're testifying to?
I don't believe so.
Did you have any conversation with her?
Oh, yeah.
Had you had a conversation? Did you have a conversation with Paul about the dogs, about Cash's tail prior to going down there?
Prior to going down there? Did I have a conversation with Paul about
Did you
Cash?
talk to him about Cash and some problem with his tail prior to going down there? Did you have any knowledge of that prior to going down there?
I'm not sure. As I sit here today, I don't recall that, but I don't think so.
When you first arrived in the golf cart, where did you pull up to?
I pulled up right where Maggie was.
Which is where?
She was standing in the spot where she could see in between the chicken coop and the storage room of the kennels, where the dogs were back up in those planted pines behind the kennels to the left of the chicken coop.
And what'd you do after that?
I went back to the house.
No, I mean, did you pulled up, you get out of the the golf cart?
When I pulled up, I stayed on the golf cart.
You stayed on the golf cart. How long did you stay on the golf cart?
However long I was down there.
The entire time?
No, I got off to take the chicken from Bubba.
How long were you down there before you took the chicken off the boat?
Very short time.
Like what?
Couple minutes.
And what were you doing during the couple minutes before you got over there to deal with Bubba?
Talking to Mags.
All right. And what did y'all talk about?
I don't know.
You don't remember?
No, sir. I do know that Maggie was very concerned about Pawpaw. And
Here we go.
um,
Pawpaw's feet.
You remember a lot of detail about all these new facts, but you don't remember what you talked about?
I don't remember the exact details of what we talked about. I believe that at that time, we may have talked about Pawpaw, but I'm not certain.
Were you withdrawing at this time?
At this time, no, sir.
You weren't withdrawing at all?
No. I mean, I would only withdraw when I didn't have pills.
And you're saying you had pills?
Yes.
Down there for a couple minutes, I think you've said now, before you get off the golf cart?
About, yes, sir.
All right. And where do you go at that point?
I take the chicken from Bubba.
All right. So you get up?
Well, I mean, Bubba's come out there with this chicken. I mean, he's showing us, hey, I caught this chicken. And I take the chicken from Bubba.
Bubba came up to the golf cart?
He came up by the golf cart. He came up to Maggie and I, which I was on the golf cart. She's by the golf cart. I mean, he's not coming to the golf cart, but he's coming to us.
Is this during the kennel video or is this after the kennel video?
Well, no, you hear Maggie say he's got a chicken.
Okay.
That's what she's talking about is Bubba caught a chicken.
All right. All right. So is the kennel video still going on before you go get the chicken? I mean, you've heard it, correct? You've heard it in this courtroom.
I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly, but in close timing to Bubba coming out of those woods with the chicken, I got up and took the chicken from him.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Were the dogs barking and carrying on or going out into the woods or acting like they sensed somebody was around that they didn't know?
Were the dogs acting like there was somebody around that they didn't know?
Yeah, like dogs do.
No.
No, they weren't.
There was nobody
There was
around that the dogs didn't know.
Okay. Dogs didn't, to your indication, sense anything out of the ordinary. They were just chasing after the guinea.
There was nobody else around.
All right. Good.
For them to sense.
You've heard the kennel video. Would you agree with me that it lasts for about 50 seconds?
I agree with that.
So it would have ended around 8:45 and 45 seconds. Would you agree with that?
I do agree with that.
Did you have the chicken out of Bubba's mouth at the end of the kennel video, or did it take longer than that?
You know, I can't remember exactly when in the video he came up with the chicken, but I would have had the chicken out of his mouth within 10, 15 seconds of Maggie saying he's got a chicken.
All right. And so then what did you do?
I put the chicken up.
All right. How long did that take? Did you get out of the golf cart to do that?
I did.
All right. And you had to go walk to where it was?
Well, yeah. I mean,
He puts a lot of importance both on direct and cross on how quickly he's able to get this chicken from Bubba. On direct, he went on and on and on about how easily he's able to get this chicken, how Bubba would listen to him, and you open the jaw and this and that. And all of this matters. Again, we're going to take a look at this timeline here when we've gotten through some of this information that I'm waiting for here, because what I think is the only solution here is that this is all because, like, in other words, Alex is trying to, everything that he's saying happened is because it's the opposite of what happened. Like, in order to try to make it seem like he got in and out of there in the time frame, right, where he would have been at that kennels for, like, they end up doing the math here in a little bit for how long he could have been there, but he has to be able to get this chicken real quick. But the kennel video is going on, and it's like for like the 4 minutes or whatever he's there, like the kennel video is going on for like one of those, right? Anyway, but he slips up when he talks about on direct how Bubba doesn't usually kill the chicken. He went a lot about that. Do you remember the whole bit about that chicken is stunned and then it just needs a minute to collect itself and some time by itself, and then it goes about its chicken life, its chicken business, right? I think there's a reason why this chicken ends up dead. So keep that in your minds.
A few feet, but I did that, yes.
All right, so how long did that take? I mean, we're at 8:46 now. How long did that take?
Seconds.
Just seconds? All right. And what did you do after that?
Got back on the golf cart.
And what'd you do after that?
I left.
You left.
Now,
Just
did I
jumped
leave?
on the golf cart and left.
No, that's what I was getting ready to say. Did I get on the golf cart and leave that second? Probably not. But did I get on the golf cart and leave very quickly after that? I did.
Okay, yeah, I think you testified yesterday. I got out of there.
I did.
Why'd you get out of there so quick, Mr. Murdaugh?
Because it was chaotic, it was hot, and I was getting ready to do exactly what I didn't want to do.
You're getting ready to do what you didn't want to do.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I was getting ready to sweat. I was getting ready to work. I went back to the air conditioner.
So did you say goodbye, according to your new story?
Did I say goodbye?
Yeah. Did you talk to them at all, or did you just get the chicken, put it on there, jump on there, and just take off?
I wouldn't have just gone off. I mean, I would have said, I'm leaving.
Okay.
Did I say goodbye or bye?
And again, go ahead.
I mean, there would have been some, there would have been some exchange. I'm not staying here.
Well, what was that exchange? I mean, you've had such a photographic memory about these news stories. What happened here?
It's not. I can't tell you the exact words.
You don't remember your conversation after you put that chicken up? Did y'all talk about the chicken?
No, I don't think we did.
Did you talk with Paul about Cash's tail?
After the chicken?
Yeah.
No, I know I didn't do that.
Did you tell Maggie I'm going to go check on him?
I know I
At that point, no, I don't
Did you
think
tell
I did.
Maggie, it's hot out here, think I'll go back?
I certainly would have said something to that effect.
All right. So, unlike everything else with the news story, you just can't recall what that would have been.
Well, I mean, you're making that categorization. I think there's other things about that I can't remember. But if the question is, can I remember exactly what words I used when I gave Maggie some salutation when I'm leaving, I can't tell you what those were.
All right.
But it would have been something to the effect of, I'm leaving.
All right. Okay. But you would concede that there was at least some conversation, that you wouldn't have just put the chicken on there and ran back to the golf cart and taken off. Correct?
Without talking to Maggie, I would have never done that.
All right. All right. So let's, you want to say a minute? Does that sound about right?
A minute for what?
To have just whatever interaction it took for you to then, according to your new story, drop back to.
No, sir. It wouldn't have taken me a minute. It would
Not
have
a minute.
been, it would have been, I'm leaving. I'll see you in a minute.
Okay. So 30 seconds?
I don't think it would have taken 30 seconds, but I mean, I'm fine with you using whatever time you want to apply.
Well,
But I don't think
I'm
it
just
would have
asking
taken that
about
long.
real life here and how people interact with one another, Mr. Murdaugh. I mean, so what you're telling this jury, I'll call you're fuzzy on these kind of details, is that you jetted down there, you dealt with the chicken and jetted right back.
No, sir. No, sir. I didn't jet down there and I didn't jet back. I got up after Maggie asked me to leave, after Maggie asked me to go with her, and I didn't. I got up. I went and got on a golf cart. I drove down there. I did what I did. I said, I'm leaving or something to those words, and I went back.
All right. Well, if it's about 8:46 if the kennel video ends at 8:45 and 45 seconds, and it's about 8:46, we at least can see that maybe it was about a minute before you got on that golf cart and headed back. Just reasonable real life.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it was that long, but maybe, sure.
All right. So,
But I don't think it was that long. I mean,
all right, well, how long do you
exactly
think it
what I
was,
thought
Mr.
was going to be
Murdaugh?
going on at that kennel, why I didn't want to go there to begin with, is exactly what was going on.
Yeah. Well, I get that. Again,
And I left.
are these also convenient facts in your new story that have to fit with the timeline now that that evidence has been thrown in your face?
No, sir.
Does that sound like real life to you, that you jet down there and jet back, Mr. Murdaugh?
Mr. Waters, as I just told you, I didn't get on my golf cart and jet down there. I didn't jet back.
The reason why you have to be so fuzzy about these details.
Mr. Waters, hang on.
Just answer before another question is presented.
Yes, sir.
I'm
Just a
answering your
moment.
question.
Just a moment. Are you responding to the last question?
Yes, sir. I'm responding to your question, and you're using words that I'm not using. And that's your
Do you agree
categorization.
I'm entitled to ask my questions to you, sir?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I'm going to answer them. All I'm saying is I'm taking issue with the manner in which you're changing what I'm saying.
So you
And
disagree this is a new story? You disagree with that characterization?
yes, this is the first time that this is being told openly.
And you disagree to my characterization that you've got a photographic memory about the details that have to fit now that you know these facts, but you're fuzzy on the other stuff that complicates that. You disagree with that?
I do disagree with that. I think that I have a good memory about a lot of things on this.
How about this? We got the kennel video ending at 8:45:45. So just to take care of the chicken, put it up. I was going to say 8:47, but somewhere around there. I think you said somewhere around there. Is that fair? Just to do whatever you need to do and get on that cart before you head back.
The kennel video ended at 8:45.
In 45 seconds.
8:46. It certainly could have been 8:47 before I left out of there.
Okay.
I think it was sooner than that, but it could have been.
All right. That's 60 seconds. And 75 seconds. Right? After it ends.
If it ends at 8:45 and 45 seconds, it's a minute and 15 seconds.
You characterized it yesterday as I got out of there, right?
That is exactly what I did.
Right. So if we're at 8:47, I think you said, giving you the benefit of the doubt, it's 2 minutes to get up back to the house, correct?
Approximately.
All right. And when you got back to the house, where'd you park the golf cart?
Same place I'd gotten it from, right where Mark Ball testified that it was.
All right. And what door did you go in?
I would have gone in the front door.
And if you left around 8:47 and it took about 2 minutes to get up to the house, what time would that make it, Mr. Murdaugh?
If I left at 8:47, and if it took me 2 minutes, that would make it 8:49.
8:49. And you testified you went inside and the TV's on, right?
I did go inside, and the TV was on.
Okay. And you laid down. Is that right?
I did.
All right. Before you said you'd been napping for an hour or so, or napping that entire time, but now you laid down on the couch.
That's correct.
All right. And maybe dozed for a second,
Maybe.
according to your new story. How long did you doze?
If I dozed, extremely short time.
Extremely short time? Because you would agree with me that at 9:02, you're up and moving, according to the data.
I agree that according to that data, my phone's recording steps at whatever time it is, 9:02 something.
How long did it take you, if you're at the house at 8:49, how long before you went and laid on the couch?
I would have gone straight to the couch, probably. I may have gone by the sink, or I may have gotten a spit cup but it would have been basically straight to the couch.
Straight to the couch.
Yes, sir.
And you're telling this jury that that's what happened, and you were back at the house at 8:49, and you lay down on the couch and doze for a second, and then you were up with more steps in a shorter time period than you had done all day.
Well, I mean, your number is 8:49. What I'm telling this jury is that I went down there, and when I took that chicken from Bubba, I would have said something to Mags. I got back on that golf cart, and I drove back to my house. After getting back to my house, I went inside, and in short order, I went to the couch. That's what I'm telling this jury.
Did you go anywhere else in the house?
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you specifically about that. I don't think so, but I may have.
Did you have that tan blackout and a 12-gauge shotgun on that golf cart when you drove down there?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Did you see them when you were down there?
No.
No. So we got you back around 8:49, and you're leaving at 9:02, correct? And you didn't see any weapons down there.
So
You
let me
just
back-
happened to be back there. You didn't hear.
This is why you can tell if you're paying attention here that there's a reason why this whole thing about the timing of the chicken is really important to both of them. They both know why it matters. The timing of the chicken.
I mean, your number is 8:49. What I'm telling this jury is that I went down there, and when I took that chicken from Bubba,
Here.
I would have said something to Mags. I got back on that golf cart, and I drove back to my house. After getting back to my house, I went inside, and in short order, I went to the couch. That's what I'm telling this jury.
Did you go anywhere else in the house?
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you specifically about that. I don't think so, but I may have.
Did you have that tan blackout and a 12-gauge shotgun on that golf cart when you drove down there?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Did you see them when you were down there?
No.
No. So we got you back around 8:49, and you're leaving at 9:02, correct? And you didn't see any weapons down there. You just happened to be back there. You didn't hear anything at all. Did you hear anything at all, Mr. Murdaugh, during that time period?
No, I did not.
You didn't? Didn't you tell law enforcement that you thought you heard them pull up? Didn't you tell law enforcement that?
I did think they had pulled up.
All right. So that was that. You did think that?
Yes.
All right. So now you're saying there was a car pulling up?
No.
You didn't testify to that yesterday, did you, in your new version of events? That
No, I don't.
construct?
Mr. Waters, I don't believe there was a car pulling up.
Okay. But that's what you told law enforcement, didn't you?
No, I told law enforcement that I thought they had pulled up.
All right. But you're saying you couldn't hear blackout shots supposedly, but you could hear that, correct?
I didn't say I couldn't hear blackout shots, but I'm saying that I thought when I got up from taking a nap, if I took a nap,
What a mess.
but when I got up from laying down, as I was getting ready to go to my mom's, there was a point in time where I thought Maggie and Paul had come back.
You know, it's interesting that even his stupid taking a nap story, now he's walking that one back, right?
You also told them that you thought you heard a wildcat, but maybe it was a person or something like that as well.
Keep shifting wildcat.
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say then?
I said when I went outside that there's a house cat that's gone wild, and he hangs around. He goes from hanging around the shop, goes from hanging around the house, different times. You might, and there'll be times you don't see him. And he had been around the house. And when I went outside, I believe that cat was over there.
Okay. And you made a point of mentioning
I
that
never-
to law enforcement.
I never thought it was a person.
All right. But you made a point of mentioning that to law enforcement, correct?
In the course of discussing it, I did tell them that.
But you never told them all this new story that you've constructed in light of this trial. Is that correct?
I did not tell them that I went to the kennel. I lied about that.
And at the same time, you also looked at this jury and tried to tell them that you had been cooperative in this investigation.
Other than lying to them about going to the kennel, I was cooperative in every aspect of this investigation.
You're lying about everything.
Except for maybe the most important fact of all, that you were at the murder scene with the victims just minutes before they died. Right?
I did not tell them that I went to the kennel.
We'll take a break at this time for about 15 minutes, talking to the jury. Please go to the jury room. Please not discuss the case.
Love you, Judge Newman. Okay.
Guilty to all the charges that he faced.
The answer is you don't know whether or not you.
Okay, cool. Yes, the answer to this question is yes, Bunny. Great question. Slowly, quickly. Jim, I think, is dying quicker than Poot, even though Poot is, so you might kick the bucket any moment. And again, I love watching Jim with the pen. He chews off the pen.
The jury is present, sir.
Thank you. You may proceed.
When you picked up that chicken, was there any blood on it?
Oh, back to the chicken.
I don't believe so.
Did you wash your hands or all?
At that point in time, I don't believe that I did.
When you say you were there, you said Maggie was nearby you. Is that correct?
Right by me.
Was she messing with the hose at all?
At that time, no, she was not.
Did she mess with it the entire time that you were there, according to your new facts today?
While I was there, she did not touch. She was not fooling with a hose at all.
I'm gonna move this thing along. I'm gonna put up on the screen states 519, which is the condensed timeline. If I could have computer input, please. It's the condensed timeline, Mr. Griffin. Coming out all right. You see that up there, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes.
All right, I'm on page 5. You see that cell tower map there?
That's up on my screen.
Yeah.
I do see that.
Would you agree with me that it reflects no cell tower activity on your phone from 6:52 to 9:04?
I do agree with that.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Murdaugh. Did you take your phone with you down to the kennels, according to the new facts that you're testified to yesterday and today?
I must not have.
You must not have.
If this is accurate, no, sir.
Is that typical for you?
Sure it is.
It's
Absolutely.
typical. Okay. Tell me why that's typical.
If and when I'm going. Now, it would be unusual if I was going out for any extended period of time, or if I was going, even on the property, if I was going somewhere for an extended period of time, I would usually have my phone. But for me to go knowing that I'm going to the kennel and coming right back, that's not unusual at all. I mean, you've heard the testimony about the service out there. The service is terrible. You have to be in a particular spot.
All right.
And you have to find a spot.
So the answer is you don't know whether or not you took it down there
I believe that I probably didn't based on this data.
based on this, but Unlike the photographic memory about other things, you don't remember whether or not you had your phone on you.
Mr. Waters, I've never claimed to have a photographic memory, but I do not specifically remember if I had my phone that night. I do not dispute it based on this data, and that's not unusual for me.
Just like you don't remember, according to your new story, the last conversation you had with Maggie.
No, I remember having my last conversation with Maggie.
Looking at this screen, you have the map up there. We're on page 6, and it shows you arriving back at Moselle at 6:42. You don't dispute that now, is that correct?
No, that's what this data appears to show.
And then looking at the data, moving on to page 7, you have Paul arriving about 7:04. Is that correct? You don't have any reason to dispute that?
Well,
Oh, boy.
that's what it says. He arrives at 4147 Moselle Road, which is the address of the shop. The house is 4157. I believe that Paul actually got there a little bit before that, but I think that's approximately accurate.
Okay.
I think Paul got there a little bit closer to 7 o'clock.
You would agree that that's the earliest data point that reflects his presence in Moselle?
If that's what the records show.
You don't dispute that?
I don't dispute that if that's the earliest data point. But again, I believe he got there a little bit earlier. And I tried to look at these records to see if that could be refuted. And I believe he got there a little closer to 7 or a little bit before 7.
Yeah, that's a good point. You looked at these records a lot before you had your testimony yesterday and today, didn't you, Mr. Murdaugh?
I've looked at these records other than the OnStar records that just came when they were provided to me. Sure, I've looked at them.
Right here, we have some steps on your phone, 29 steps. And then down at the bottom, we have 89 steps. Is that consistent when you and Paul were together on the property?
I mean, sure, we would go to different locations on the property. Sometimes we would get out. Sometimes we wouldn't. We'd get out and walk around. We'd look at stuff. We'd do things. For example, you saw me messing with the tree. There'd be other ones. We may get out and look at a feeder. Maybe other ones we get out and look at hog signs where hogs are rooting. So it would be perfectly consistent with what Paul and I were doing that day.
And 8:05 to 8:09, would you agree that that's the last steps recorded on your phone before 9:02 when you become a very busy bee?
A busy bee.
If that's what these records show. I see I took steps. These records show I took steps between 8:05 and 8:09.
So would you concede then that you're at the house around 8:09?
I would have thought so, yes.
Okay. And you said Paul was already back at that point?
No, I said just the opposite.
When did he get there?
All right. You talking about when I left the shop and went to the house when Maggie was there?
Yes, before you ate dinner.
No, as I said earlier, Paul and I were at the shop. Maggie got home. I left Paul at the shop and I went to the house. I think you were saying that I said I met Paul at the house, and that's incorrect.
Paul was still down at the shop when you were at the house, correct?
When I first went to the house, Paul was still at the shop, I believe.
All right. And was Maggie there when you arrived at the house?
Yes, I believe she was.
All right. And 8:09 is the last steps that you have on this phone before 9:02, correct?
That's what the data shows.
Looking now at page 15. I'm sorry, page 14. Your steps But you say when you got to the house, it's 8:09 and Paul was still down at the shop. But don't these records reflect that Paul is pinging with GPS data at the house at 8:08?
This record appears to show Paul at the house at 8:08.
All right. So those records don't fit with your new story that you testified yesterday and today. Is that correct?
No, I don't believe even right now, Mr. Waters, that that's right. I'm not saying, what you're doing is you're taking 8:09 and saying that I'm at the house. And I mean, that may or may not be right. But what I'm saying is that when Maggie came through, I left, and I believe that Paul stayed at the shop. Now, did Paul come right behind me? I'm not sure. But when I left him, I believe that when I left to go to the house, I believe that Paul stayed at the shop for a minute.
When you got to the house, did you put your phone down?
I'm sure I did.
Did you put it in the car, in the Suburban?
Did I put it in the Suburban?
When you got back to the house, did you put it in the Suburban? Was the Suburban parked out front?
The Suburban would have been parked wherever I parked it.
Again, wherever I
Which
park
is where?
it,
I believe on the side.
What I'm
Okay. And did you put your phone in the Suburban?
At that time? No, I did not.
Where'd you put it?
I'm not sure where I put it.
You're not sure about that either, huh?
No, I'm not sure. When I went in the house, I'm not sure where I put my phone. I would think that I put it down somewhere, probably by the couch.
Didn't you testify yesterday when you were being asked by your lawyer about that pause at Alameda when you were leaving, and you had a very specific recollection of your phone had fallen down in the crevice and you had to pick it up and get it out? You remember testifying to that?
I do.
But you don't remember what you did with your phone when you got back at this point, huh?
I mean, Mr. Ward, those are two distinct, different things. I'm coming in the house and I put my phone down. I don't have a routine spot that I put it in right on this corner or right there. You know,
Yeah.
I would assume that when I went in the house, I put it somewhere either on the table. You go by, go into the couch. I may have taken it to the bathroom. When I took a shower, it may have taken me a few minutes to go to the shower. So I can't tell you exactly where I put it.
That gospel story is an awful specific recollection when you need it to try to make the new story that this jury's hearing and everyone's hearing yesterday and today with the data, correct? But you're awful fuzzy on far more important things, aren't you, Mr. Murdaugh?
Which question? Here, I'll answer the first one first. No, I don't believe that's convenient, and I disagree with your categorization of the description.
All right. But you remember the console story, but you don't remember where you put your phone, whether or not you took it down to the kennels, whether it was in, you put it in the Suburban. Don't remember any of that, but dadgummit, you remember that console story, correct?
Well, I don't remember the console story, but you know, in that Suburban, and it's not the first time that it happened, but when that phone got down there, you had to go to great efforts to get it out, and you couldn't just reach over there and get it out.
Welcome, Happy Annie. Dude, this is.
All right. You say when you got to the house that Maggie was already there?
Yes.
Okay. And we saw your last steps were at 8:09?
Well, that's what you saw when this data recorded my last steps. But as you heard this testimony too, Mr. Waters, you know, that's not a precise, that's not a precise, you heard the testimony, you know what it is.
Well, how did you get back to the house? Remind us.
From the shop?
Yeah.
I went in a white pickup truck.
Went in the white pickup truck? Okay. And when you got into the house, where did you go?
We've already discussed this. I took a shower. Whether I did things for a moment before I went to the shower, I'm sure I talked to Maggie because she'd been gone. And if she came through the kennel, which I believe she did, we only talked briefly. So I would have talked to her, but I would have quickly gone to take a shower.
Okay. Going over to page 16, you would agree with me that the data reflects Maggie start logging steps and her phone disconnecting from the Mercedes around 8:17, correct?
I agree. At 8:17, her phone ends connection to her Mercedes.
And starts logging steps.
I don't see that, but I don't dispute it.
Well, you see the purple line talking about it disconnecting from the Mercedes.
I
and
do
then if you
see.
go
I
down
see.
to-
I see where you're talking about. So yeah, I
Yeah.
see it. 8:17, her phone starts logging steps. I agree with that.
Okay. So would you concede that that appears to be when she arrived?
No, I don't believe that's when she arrived. I believe that. I mean, it was very normal for Maggie when she's driving to jump out of the car, run inside, go to the bathroom, do things, and either send me or Paul or go back or Buster or go back to her car herself and unplug her phone. So, I mean, I agree that's when her phone's unplugged, but I believe that Maggie got to the house a little bit before that. That's the whole reason why Paul and I went to the house.
Okay. But you're saying Paul arrived after Maggie. Is that what you're saying? At the house. at
I
this
believe
point in
so.
time?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's what I recall. And Paul arrived at the house after I arrived at the house,
I love that one.
I believe.
Just to add it in with the extra emphasis on the pointing. Emphasis, like
At the house.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's what I recall. And Paul arrived at the house after I arrived at the house, I believe. And if Paul got to the house around about that same time, he wasn't inside with Maggie and I when I went to
8:08?
get to the shower.
So you say if Paul got, he wasn't inside with Maggie and you? Is that what you said?
wow.
Mr. Murdaugh, is that what you said?
Sir?
You said if Paul got the house prior to that, he wasn't inside with you and Maggie? Is that what you said?
I'm saying he was not inside when I went to get in the shower.
Okay. But again, looking back at this data point, 8:08, we see a little blue dot right there in the middle of the house, don't we?
Yeah, that's what these records show.
Okay.
And it also shows that circle that folks testified to what the range of what it could
Yeah, absolutely.
be within. So, I mean, it clearly could be.
Look at that circle. Look at what's right in the middle of that circle. Almost like somebody drew a circle around the house, don't you agree?
Yeah, I do. But also in that circle is where you would park a truck if you pulled up.
All right.
So, you know, and I'm not saying that he wasn't in the house at some point in time there. But when I went to get in the shower, he wasn't in the house. And he very easily could have been there and been parked in the yard.
All right. You agree at the bottom of page 16 that about 8:30 Maggie starts tracking steps again on her phone?
Yes, sir. That's what the data shows.
All right. Oops, hit the wrong button. And you would agree with me that about 8:38, Paul's phone shows him back up at the kennels.
Well, yes, sir. I agree that at 8:38, let me see which one. It's hard for me to figure out which one of these rings, but at 8:38, it shows Paul in whichever one of those rings is 56 meters wide. And I have no reason to believe he wasn't at the kennel.
Right. Well, we know because he died
And then
there.
8:44:55, we've already gone through this, but that's the kennel video, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And you would agree with me that it lasts about 50 seconds, correct?
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
And you would agree with me, moving on to page 19, that both Maggie and Paul's phones locked for the final time around 8:49.
That's what the data shows.
After that, you agree that Maggie's phone around 8:53 shows some steps being taken?
That's what the data shows, yes, sir.
Data doesn't show who's carrying it, but that's what it shows. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you would agree with me that from 9:02 to 9:06, your phone finally comes to life and starts showing a lot of steps.
I do agree with that.
What were you doing?
I was getting ready to go to my mom's house.
Getting ready to go? I thought you took a shower already. You were just laying down on the couch. What all you need to do to get ready to go to your mom's house?
I mean, there wasn't anything to get ready in that aspect, but I was getting ready to go. I was preparing to leave.
Doing what?
I don't know if I got up, went to the bathroom. I don't know. I can't tell you exactly what I was doing.
That's far more steps in a shorter time period than any time prior, as you've seen from the testimony in this case. So what were you so busy doing?
That's
going to the bathroom?
No, I don't think that I
Get on a treadmill?
went to the bathroom. No, I didn't get on a treadmill.
Jog in place?
Nope, I didn't jog in
Jumping
place.
jacks?
No, sir, I did not do jumping jacks.
What were you doing, Mr. Murdaugh, for those 4 minutes?
Preparing to leave for my mom's house.
What? What does that mean? I mean, you're in the front room on that couch where you say you laid down. The Suburban's just right outside. What all are you doing?
I don't know if I got up and went to my room, went to the gun room, went back in that.
Doing what? You've been so clear in your new story about everything. What were you doing during these 4 minutes?
I disagree with your assertion about every detail. I don't recall. I know that I was getting up and I was leaving. I was going to check on my mom. But specifically what I was doing, I don't know. I know what I wasn't doing, Mr. Waters, and what I wasn't doing is doing anything
Murdery?
as I believe you've implied, that I was cleaning off or washing off guns, or putting guns in a raincoat. And I can promise you that I wasn't doing any of that.
Okay.
The old tarp raincoat.
Also, during this 4 minutes where you got 283 steps, not only are you moving around a lot, but you're making a ton of phone calls. Because that in that same time period, you see this red line right here, where over that 4 minute period, all those steps were taken. That's also when you're calling, making all these phone calls, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Well, I made the
So
phone
when you're running this
calls.
place and making phone calls, is that what you're?
Oh my God.
Be allowed to answer before Mr. Waters steps on him again with another question. Please. Thank you.
All right.
You were making all these phone calls while you were taking all these steps. Would you concede that? Where you don't remember what you were doing?
Well, I was making phone calls and that shown here. At 9:05, I called my dad. You know, I don't know that I was taking steps like you're saying I'm taking steps. I heard the same testimony you heard, Mr. Waters, and, you know, steps can be recorded any number of ways. I don't have a specific recollection of walking around. I don't know if I was hitting my phone like the guy showed or doing whatever that makes steps, but you know.
So you were hitting your phone like that while you were making all these phone calls?
I don't know, sir. What I'm saying, Mr. Waters, I don't know that. I'm just giving you an example. You're saying that I'm running around taking these steps, and while I'm doing that, I'm making telephone calls. What I will agree with is that this data shows that there was 283 steps recorded on my phone. And sometime during that period, I made certain phone calls.
Okay. All right. So not only for whatever it is recording steps, but you're also making a ton of phone calls, including missed calls to Maggie, who is 1,100 feet away, supposedly.
You're using the term a ton of phone calls.
Yeah.
What I agree is that I made the phone calls that are listed on these call data records, which, you know, are very normal phone calls for me.
Do you know why so many phone calls were missing from the log around this relevant time period when law enforcement downloaded your phone on June 10th?
From my phone?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Did you delete them, Mr. Murdaugh?
Not intentionally.
Just around the time of June 7th, all these calls were missing, but you had nothing to do with that between June 7th and June 10th.
No, sir, I did not. And I did not delete phone calls from my phone. Mr. Waters, one of the most important things in this whole thing for me has been getting this data that I believe would exist. Phone calls and phone records would be part of that. I've been in enough civil cases and used phone records enough times to know that you delete a phone call from your phone, it doesn't disappear. So I can tell you, this jury, and everybody who's listening that I did not intentionally delete phone calls from my phone.
Yeah, because you started talking about you're a former prosecutor, correct? And former lawyer doing civil cases. We went through that yesterday. And boy, you're busy bee on that phone right out of the gate at 9:02, right?
Objections overruled.
Am I a busy bee?
Yeah.
I am using my telephone at, I think I call at 9:05, I start and call my dad, and I agree that I made other phone calls.
And one of the first things you start talking about with law enforcement is these calls that you made to Maggie. Correct? You recall that from your first statement to law enforcement?
One of the first things that I said to law enforcement?
Yeah, that's one of the things you talk about. I'm talking about with your interview with Special Agent Dave Owen.
I don't remember that being the first thing we talked about, but
First things.
if Mr. Owens asked me about it, then
No, you brought it up, didn't you?
Y'all,
I did.
the part where he goes, "Am I a busy bee?" It's just my fucking favorite thing. Oh my God.
Right?
Objections overruled.
Am I a busy bee?
Yeah.
I am using my telephone at, I think I call at 9:05, I start and call my dad, and I agree that I made other phone calls.
And one of the first things you start talking about with law enforcement is these calls that you made to Maggie. Correct? You recall that from your first statement to law enforcement?
One of the first things that I said to law enforcement?
Yeah, that's one of the things you talk about. I'm talking about with your interview with Special Agent Dave Owen.
I don't remember that being the first thing we talked about, but
First things.
if Mr. Owens asked me about it, then
No, you brought
Sure.
it up, didn't you?
I did.
You don't recall?
No, I don't recall.
Would you dispute me if I said you brought it up?
That I brought up what?
Your phone, Mr. Murdaugh, your phone.
Phone calls to Maggie?
Yes.
That I brought up phone calls to Maggie to David Owens.
I'm asking you, is that one of the things that you talked about in your first interview with Dave Owen? That you pulled out your phone and started looking at it, that you brought that up? Do you recall that?
Well, but that's not what you asked, Mr. Owens. You asked me, was that the first thing that I talked to him about? And that was the discrepancy. I certainly don't dispute that Mr. Owens and I talked about phone calls. But that's not what you said, so just to be clear.
Well, the real reason, Mr. Murdaugh, is that you as a lawyer and prosecutor are up at 9:02, finally having your phone in your hand, moving around and making all these phone calls to manufacture an alibi. Is that not true?
That's absolutely incorrect.
So that's just another circumstance and coincidence in this particular case. Right around the time that you lied to law enforcement about maybe one of the most important facts in the case.
Comment before the question.
It is an absolute fact that I am not manufacturing an alibi, as you say.
How do you remember so much detail about everything else, but you don't remember what you were specifically doing to generate 283 steps while you're making these all these phone calls in the same 4-minute period?
I remember unequivocally, without any doubt, with as clear a mind as I could have at any time, that I never manufactured any alibi in any way, shape, or form, because I did not and would not hurt my wife and my child.
So why
So
can't
I
you
know
remember
for a
what you were
fact
doing?
that I never, ever, ever created an alibi.
Why don't you remember what you were doing when you were so busy for this 4-minute critical period?
I do
Other
remember
than
what I was doing.
Other than I was getting ready to go.
Well, because that's what I was doing.
Okay. Well, let's keep going. You made those calls to Maggie in that 4-minute period. You had just seen them a few minutes ago when you say you went down there and came right back. Why didn't you just take that quick little left 1,100 yards away and stop by? See why they didn't answer the call. You're obviously wanting to get in touch with them. Why didn't you go down to the kennels that were so close by?
There was no reason to. I mean,
Making multiple missed calls to Maggie, and she's so close. And there's a driveway right there. Why do you not just go down there and say, hey, guys, I'm heading over there?
It wasn't important to do that. Me making those phone calls is simply me letting, I believe I called Maggie and I called Paul, but that's simply me just letting them know that I'm leaving for a minute, I'll be back. The fact that they don't answer is not unusual at all. Now, it is odd, it is unusual that they never call me back.
Oh, God.
But at that moment, the fact that there's a missed call when I know they're on the property, I mean, that doesn't even register at all. That's perfectly normal to try to call somebody who's on the property and not be able to get them. And as far as not going down there, there was no sense of urgency. Maggie was with Paul. You know, she should be as safe
Oh, dear.
as she could be.
Yeah, she should.
Brilliant, Creighton. Well done.
Um,
Well done.
Did you talk with Maggie about going to Alameda when you were at the kennels?
No, I don't believe I did.
Did you talk with Maggie about going to Alameda during supper?
I know that we had talked about it. I had talked, I don't believe we talked about it at supper, but we may have. I know that I had talked about that I was going to go over there. And then I decided that I wasn't going to go over there.
So what was your conversation at supper? Tell me specifically, if you could, please.
I
About
can't-
going to Alameda.
I can't tell you that we specifically talked about it. The only thing that I can tell you we specifically talked about at supper was Paw Paw.
All right. And what was the conversation?
Maggie was just concerned. Paul had been having, for a young person, Paul had been having high blood pressure. And he's very resistant to go to the doctor. And this has been going on for a little while, but lately Paul's feet had swollen. And for a 22-year-old to start having swollen feet concerned both of us. And it particularly concerned Maggie. And we talked about that.
Okay. Did y'all talk about Mr. Randolph at all?
I'm sure we did.
Do you remember that group text coming in about whether or not anybody was going to go see Mr. Randolph at the hospital the next day?
Do I remember it coming in?
Yeah.
I don't remember it coming in,
Because
but
you didn't read it till the next day. But
I've seen the data.
why didn't you? Did you ever text the group and say you were going to Alameda at all?
No.
Did you and Maggie ever specifically discuss her going along with you to Alameda?
I don't believe that we did. I know that there was a point in time where I said Maggie might go, but it's highly unusual for Maggie to go and visit just my mom. Now, that whole situation, it just made Maggie sad, and she didn't like to go. So
I
don't believe that we did, but I do acknowledge that at some point I said she might go for some reason.
You told law enforcement on multiple occasions that, first of all, Maggie was planning to stay at Edisto the night of June 7th, correct?
I did say that.
All right. And you also said that you came to find out that she came home of her own accord, correct? You told that to law enforcement. Is that true?
She did come home of her own accord.
That she decided on her own to come home because she was worried about you. Isn't that what you said?
I did say that, and I believe that to be the case.
All right. But since despite what you told law enforcement, we've since seen the text that you actually called her and asked her to come home on the night of June 7th.
No, sir, that's not correct.
That's not correct?
No, sir, that's absolutely not correct.
All right. So you heard your sister-in-law, Marion, testify to just that fact of a conversation she had with Maggie, but you're saying that's not true?
I don't believe that's what Marion said.
All right. And your defense put in this exhibit 107, where Maggie texted Blanca and said, Alec wants me to come home.
I've seen that. I agree with that.
Is that it up on the screen? Oh, I've got the wrong input here. I'll just hold it up. You've seen this text?
I have seen that. Mr. Waters, the only dispute I have with what you're saying is you're saying that I called Maggie and wanted her to come home. I always wanted Maggie to come home, and I would have talked to Maggie about coming home before she ever left to go to Charleston and to Edisto. And I can tell you this, and I didn't realize this at the time, but I realize it now, that Maggie was already undecided about, now I didn't know this, but Maggie was already undecided about staying at Edisto. I can promise you that, because Bubba and Grady were in their kennels, as y'all well know, that night. That day, if Maggie was certain that she was spending the night at Edisto, at a minimum, Bubba would have been with her, and probably both dogs would have been with her. It was very unusual for her to spend the night anywhere without one of us or those dogs. So
you're
that tells me that when she left that morning, she was already seriously thinking about coming back.
So you're saying that you never called her and had a conversation that day asking her to come home, specifically on the night of June 7th, 2021?
Maggie and I had a couple of phone conversations that day. What I'm telling you is that before she left, no, I don't believe we had a phone call about that. We may have discussed it during the phone call, but I didn't make a phone call to her to ask her to come home. I had already told her I wanted her to come home. I always wanted her to come home. You heard Marion say that too, that I always wanted Maggie with me.
Maggie thought enough of it to talk about it with Marion, didn't she?
The fact that I wanted her to come home?
Correct.
Well, sure. I mean, that's what Marion said.
So you're denying that you called Maggie and specifically asked her to come home that night?
I didn't make a phone call to Maggie to ask her to come home that night. I asked Maggie to come home long before she ever left. And I probably asked her again each time I talked to her, but I didn't make the phone call specifically for that, as you're saying. And to be clear, I'm certain that if Maggie was certain that she was spending the night, Bubba would have been with her, and probably Grady.
You know, one of the ways that Alex lucked out is that they
All right.
the way that Maggie's location data was overwritten, because that was the only thing, right? Like they didn't have her location data for like the days right before the murder, and so that gave him that wiggle room to try to be like, oh, she was already at Moselle, I didn't lure her there.
Why did you tell law enforcement, though, that you found out after the fact that Maggie wanted to come home because she was concerned about you? Why'd you phrase it that way if what you're saying to the jury now was accurate? Why would you phrase it that way?
Because I believe that to be the case.
That you found out afterwards, but now you're saying you knew.
No, I'm saying I found out afterwards why she came home, Mr. Waters.
Okay.
And she came home because she was worried about me. So I'm going to be clear about that. I did not learn that until I think the day after she got killed.
But you're saying that you found out that after the fact, but you're telling this jury that you knew the things that you just said about her wanting to come home. And you were unaware of what Marion would say at that point either.
No, I'm saying at that time, I had not thought about Bubba and Grady. Since that time, I've thought about that. I'm certain of that. At the time, I thought Maggie was staying at Edisto. All right. She was going to Edisto to meet the people, to do the work. Maggie loved to stay at Edisto. There's no doubt about that. It would not be unusual at all for her to stay at Edisto. But just like every other time, I had already asked her, please come back, come back. Always wanted her to stay with me. Always. But I did not learn about, and Maggie even texted me, I'll see you in a few hours. But I did not know why she decided to come back until later, is what I'm saying. And I learned it from Blanca. Blanca actually showed me the text that she sent her talking about being worried about me.
You would agree with me that you sent a text to Maggie at 9:08:58 while in motion in the Suburban, as reflected by the data?
I do. Which was because I couldn't reach them by the telephone, and I wanted them to know where I was.
Okay.
Which is what we do.
And you got to Alameda around 9:22?
I believe that's correct.
I can go down to it.
No, I don't have any reason to dispute that.
Made some more phone calls along the way.
I did make more phone calls along the way while I was riding.
Called Chris Wilson.
I did call Chris Wilson.
Had a short conversation with him. Is that right?
I did have a conversation for however long the record show.
About 131 seconds. That sound about right?
If that's what the record show, 2 minutes.
Called your brother, John Marvin, for about 106 seconds, including connection time. Does that sound about right?
That does sound about right.
Arrived at 9:22. Does that sound about right?
It does.
And then at 9:24, you call That's the landline at Alameda, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you went inside, is that right?
Yeah, that's
Talking to
right.
Miss Shelley?
That's right. I called the house phone to get Shelley to let me in.
And when you were asked by law enforcement how long you were at your mother's house, you said 45 minutes to an hour. Isn't that correct?
I think I said a couple of different things, but I think at one time I did say that. But, you know, routinely through these things, I kept saying, you know, when you get this data, you'll see exactly. When you look at my phone, you'll see exactly. When you do, you know, so, you know, me giving the times was always given with the thought that, okay, that there's OnStar out there, there's whatever.
But when you had a conversation with Miss Shelley after the fact, you actually asked her to say that you were there longer than 20 minutes.
You know, I heard Shelley's testimony. I believe Shelley to be a good person. I wasn't trying to influence Shelley on any particular length of time because at the beginning of this, I believed that data would show what data would show. And for me to tell her to say something when my OnStar is going to show something different just doesn't make any sense. So, you know, I can't answer that. What my recollection is that I told Shelley that law enforcement would be talking to her. We may have
thoughts on this OnStar thing. I have thought long about, we've talked about this before, but like the timing of the OnStar data, I have to, here's the thing, the fact that he kept saying this, he's right when he says this, that all along he kept saying the OnStar data, right? Why was he so willingly offering that up? I mean, the only thing that makes sense is because he thought they wouldn't get it. And it just makes me wonder if he had some sort of connection from GMC, right? Someone there who had that job as like the custodian of the records or whatever that was not going to turn it over. And then maybe what happened, you know, halfway through trial is maybe his connection, whoever that person was, if this is what it is, they've moved on, they've been promoted, they went somewhere else, and now there's someone else new there, right? Because we know it was this whole thing and there was never an explanation for it. But like even what he's saying here, he's like, yeah, because I know why would I be that stupid to try to influence her? I know that they're going to get my OnStar. Again, I don't think he thought they were going to get it. And I think that's why he was always so quick to offer it up. I mean, we hear in all of his interviews, when you get that OnStar, like it's almost a tell, right? How often and frequently he references that. So
discussed how long I was there. At that point in time, if I thought I was there 45 minutes, I may have said I was here 45 minutes, but you know, I can't tell you.
All right. And that's the same thing that Blanca testified to, that you talked to her about the clothes that you were wearing and made her uncomfortable, correct?
Ask that question again.
It's similar to your conversation with Blanca that she testified about when you talked to her about the clothes that you were supposedly wearing. What made her feel uncomfortable? Do you remember that testimony, sir?
What's similar to that?
Well, that you're talking to both of these individuals about their testimony in a manner that's inconsistent with what they know.
No, I don't think your assertion is accurate. You have to understand this. On August the 11th, when I went to meet with David Owens, and in that, David Owens asked me about, he showed me that Snapchat and asked me about clothes that I had on. And shortly after that, the next time I was with Blanca, I asked Blanca about those clothes because David Owens had asked me about them and was made an issue about it. And so I checked with Blanca to see what I specifically asked Blanca, and it was an issue to me. So I got Blanca and I said, I need you to sit down and talk with me about this. This is important. Do you remember my clothes when you came to Moselle that day? And She remembered exactly what she testified to. She remembered that my pants were there. She wasn't sure if the shirt was there. At that time, I think she actually thought the shirt was there, but she was clear that she wasn't sure about that. No, she wasn't unsure, but she didn't remember, but assumed that it was. So that was the conversation and why I was asking Blanca.
Well, again, you're very specific about your memories of that conversation. Is that correct, Mr. Murdaugh?
You dang right. I'm consistent about that, because a very short time before that, David Owens is asking me questions and telling me I'm a suspect in the murder of my wife and my child, and asking me about my clothes. You dang right it was important.
It was important, right?
And you dang right I remember why I went to her and for what reason.
Because the only thing you're concerned about is yourself. You're not concerned about giving accurate information to law enforcement, correct? What's the reason for that, Mr. Murdaugh? Why don't you want to give accurate information to law enforcement? Why do you want to talk to these women who both are employed by you or your family and try to influence what they are going to say?
I did want to give law enforcement accurate information. I told a lie about being down there, and I got myself wed to that. But I wanted to give them as much. I knew that I hadn't done this, and I wanted to give them as much accurate information as I could. But the reason I went to Blanca is specifically because David Owens talking to me on August the 11th.
Okay. You can see that you're underway about 9:42, heading back.
I
9:42 to 9:43.
I do.
Turned on Moselle about 10:01.
Turned into Moselle at 10:01.
Yeah. Sorry.
It looks to me like I turned into Moselle at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock on the dot, sorry.
Yes, sir.
At the house at 10:05.
Yes, sir.
And then that's when you went back to the kennels after you came back from Alameda, correct?
I went to the kennels after I went to the house. I went from Alameda to the house to the kennels.
And we got to the scene. You got out of the car, according to what you told law enforcement repeatedly, and went and checked the bodies, correct? Before you called 911. Is that correct?
No, sir, that's not correct.
You're saying you didn't say that to law enforcement?
I don't know what I said to law enforcement, Mr. Waters, but I can tell you this. I pulled up and I saw Mags and Paw. I jumped out of that car. I know that I went back to my car and I called 911 as quickly as I could. That point in time, when I got on the phone, then is when I went to them and did the things that I did. So what you're saying is not accurate.
You're saying that you didn't say very specifically to law enforcement that you went to them prior to calling 911.
When?
after you got out of the car, you told law enforcement repeatedly that you went over and checked the bodies before you called 911.
No, I don't. If I did say that, I don't believe that's accurate. Did I check Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
No, sir. That's not accurate. At least that's not what I remember.
That's not what you remember saying, or that's not what you say now happens?
No, that's not what I believe happened.
Okay, but you don't deny that's what you said.
Did I check Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
I don't believe that's what I said. Now, I know I checked them, but I don't believe I checked them before I called 911. Because I can pretty well remember vividly when I checked Paw, I was already on the phone with 911.
Looking at this data, to show the vehicle parking at 10:05 and 55 seconds.
Yes, sir.
10:05:57. The Suburban arrives at the kennels. You agree with that?
I'm sorry, say that again, Mr. Waters.
At 10:05:57, it shows the Suburban arriving at the kennels.
Okay. Okay.
The 911 call was at 10:06:14.
Okay.
Just about 20 seconds later. You agree with that?
I think that sounds right. Yes, sir. I mean, that makes sense. But that goes back to what I'm saying is I pulled up. I saw them, and I know I jumped out of my car. But I believe that before I checked them, in fact, I'm almost certain that then I went back and I got that's when I went and got my phone and I called 911.
Okay.
And then after I called 911, there was a little while where there wasn't, I don't think there was anything going on. And I believe that is the time period that I went and checked on them.
I don't want to belabor this point, but what you're saying here today, now that we have this data, that's not exactly how you expressed it to law enforcement in your prior statements. Is that correct?
No, sir, I disagree with that. I totally disagree with that, Mr. Waters. Will you point to what you're talking about?
Sure.
Again, that's the whole thing too, right? Like the OnStar data of all the things. Look at how nervous he is because the thing with this OnStar data,
it really was the missing link for some of this stuff. And one of the main things that was this whole thing that he couldn't have checked the bodies in the amount of time he said it did. So now he's having to change it. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, the thing too is he's going to play the interview, but like in the night, I mean, I think Creighton didn't feel the need to do this. He could have even gone back to the 911 call again, because in the 911 call, he says he's already checked them. I mean, it's not even a question. It's not even a question. He said and what a mess. Wow. It's stupid Kleenex for no reason.
All right, sir. I do know. I left the house without watching.
1257.
All right, Mr. Murdaugh, state your full name for me, please.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And spell your last name so it'll be correct.
Murdaugh.
All right. And you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh?
May 27th, 1968.
And good phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
And sir, what was your name?
Yeah, Danny Henderson.
Okay. All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen in Lower Rutland with Colleton County. I'm with SLED.
What?
I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
I totally understand.
Yeah.
So you don't have any problem with it.
So just start at the top, take your time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. And my boy over there, I could see it was. And I could see his brain almost. And I ran over to Maggie, and actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both. Okay. I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, I called 911, pretty much right away, and she was very good.
She was very good.
I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that. And
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John, and I tried to call a little boy, a real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
The person you didn't name, that was Rogan, the little boy right around the corner. Is that who you're talking about?
That's correct. But going back to your question, I mean, that's the way I remember it, what I said right there. And your question about did I do these things before I called 911, that's not what I said then. And that's not what I remember now.
Okay. So you're saying now that you went out, you checked, you came back, got your phone, and that's when you called 911?
I'm not saying that now, Mr. Woods. I am saying that now, but to me, that's what I said then. I mean, I told her I called 911 right away. There was no time to do the things that I'm talking about doing in the time between getting there and
that's exactly his problem.
calling 911.
When you talked about calling Rogan, and you said that he lived right around the corner, correct?
That's correct.
But Rogan wasn't staying there at the time. That's the whole reason that Cash was at your kennel, right? You knew that.
Well, Rogan was staying in Buford a lot, but he was home a lot too. I didn't know where Rogan was on a daily basis.
About keeping his dog Cash at the kennels when he was staying with his girlfriend and working down in Buford?
Yes, he had asked me that. But I mean, that had been some time before. I didn't know. You're making a big deal about this, Mr. Waters, but that particular night, I didn't have a clue where Rogan was staying or not staying. I was trying to find somebody to come out there with me. I'd called Randy, I'd called John, and Rogan was the next best alternative.
Okay.
And Rogan is so close. I mean, Rogan, of all these kids that you've heard, Rogan, Gibson, I mean, Roro is like a Rogan. You prefer when I call him Rogan, is truly like a son to Maggie and I. And he was such a good friend to Buster, and he was such a good friend to Paul. And you've been through everything I have. You'll see that 2 weeks or 3 weeks prior to this, I ran out of gas when Bus and Paw weren't home. And Rogan's the person that I called to bring me gas.
Nobody's disputing any that Rogan would have helped you. Let me keep playing this.
Around Paul when you walked up.
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there was some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence? I know you said the phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, nothing. No, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover and she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
You just testified that in the wake of this, you didn't know what you said to law enforcement. That was what you just said.
No, I mean, I know I know a lot of what I said to law enforcement, but there's a lot of things in looking back at this video for one, the 911 call for one. I mean, there's a lot of things that I didn't remember.
Okay. But right then and there, just not long into this interview, you made a conscious decision to lie right there.
Play that again.
You said, I was at the house.
And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house. Played.
You want me to back it up some more?
Well,
yeah, we can keep listening to it.
Anything around now? What made you come out here at night?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them, and Maggie's a dog lover, and she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
You want to hear it again?
No, sir. I don't
So you made a conscious decision to lie right there, this early into an interview, sitting in the front seat, correct?
I don't believe so.
You didn't make a conscious decision to lie?
I don't believe that. I don't believe that was lying at that point.
Okay. Tell me why not.
Because Maggie had gone to the kennels and I was at the house.
Okay. So you think you were that was not a lie at that point?
I don't believe so.
At what point did you decide to lie?
I'm not sure, but it was in that.
It was in this interview?
I believe that it was.
Okay. Was this interview where you're sitting in the front seat, correct?
It is.
You're not in custody, correct?
I'm not in custody.
They're giving you water, letting you chew tobacco, treating you politely, correct?
They were treating me very politely.
So what was it that clicked? So you said it's in this interview that it clicked that I'm going to lie about the most important fact that I know?
I'm not sure exactly when in it that I decided to lie, but I believe it was during this interview. I believe all those things that I talked about, those things that had gone on, the things that people have said to me about don't talk to anybody without a lawyer. Partners all told me that, or a lot of my partners told me that. My dear friend, Chief Alexander, was one that said that. I overheard, I believe it was Sheriff Hill, I'm not positive. I overheard him tell, I believe Mark Ball or Gray Holmes, don't let him talk to anybody without a lawyer. And what I believe is that based on my distrust of SLED and getting in that interview, and I'm not positive about this, but I believe when he asked me, about my relationship with my wife and my son, I believe that's when I decided to lie. But I'm not
left
positive.
out when you had the GSR too, because that's what you testified to yesterday.
That certainly contributed.
And your dope paranoia too. You said that as well, correct?
Well, those things are what triggered the paranoia that started as my addiction evolved.
And so you're an experienced lawyer and you've been a prosecutor, and you took the advice of your law partners that you should have a lawyer there, as you read that as, oh, I should lie.
No, that's not an accurate.
Because that's not what that means, is it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Well, that's not an accurate statement, what you just said, Mr. Waters.
I just repeated what you just said. You said it was one of the factors was your law partners, and now you're blaming Sheriff Hill and Greg Alexander told you that you needed a lawyer before you talked to police, and you took that somehow as meaning I need to lie
No.
as a lawyer and a prosecutor?
No, that's what you said, Mr. Waters, but
How am I mischaracterizing it from your perspective, Mr. Murdaugh?
Because
I think isn't that what you heard? Isn't that what you just said? Excuse me.
No, sir, that's not what I said.
All right, let's say it again.
I believe those guys were trying to help me. I believe they cared about me. I believe they thought that I was in a condition such that I shouldn't talk to anybody. I mean, those guys had to prop me up, help me get myself together just to be able to go talk to David Owens. I mean, they were trying to help me. But before that, that was just one of the many things that I believe led to that situation sitting in there where those paranoid thoughts came to me. Them talking about not talking to anybody without a lawyer, Brian Murdaugh, checking my hands, the fact that I got a pocket full of pills in my pocket. I was the person who found Maggie and Paul. My distrust for SLED. All of those factors combined and made me decide to lie. I also know him asking me about Maggie and Paul contributed to that paranoia.
Welcome,
All I'm
Cheryl.
saying is I'm not disputing that I lied. I'm just saying at this point, you're saying I made a conscious decision to lie here, and I'm saying I don't think I made a conscious decision right there.
Okay, so it's later.
I believe so.
Had you already had your GSR done at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I had.
And you already talked to your law partners and heard Sheriff Hill. Now you're blaming him and
I'm not-
blaming
no.
Chief Alexander now as well for your lies.
No, sir, Mr. Waters.
You just added that one. You didn't say that yesterday. You just added that one.
Be given an opportunity to answer the question.
Objection.
Can you finish your last answer?
Mr. Waters, I'm not blaming anybody. I accept full responsibility for what I did. What I'm saying is what I believe contributed to me doing that and the reason why I did that. I think those folks were trying to help me. So I don't blame them. I think they were worried about me.
I don't dispute that, but you're saying you took that advice as I need to lie.
Nah, what you're doing is you're isolating one
I'm
single
not
thing.
isolating anything. I've mentioned all the factors. You've added some new ones, but I mentioned all the factors that you're blaming for your
No, sir.
decision to lie.
That's not what you did. What you asked me is you said, I took my partners telling me not to talk to somebody without a lawyer as a reason to lie. And that's an inaccurate statement. That was one of the factors that went into a series, hang on, Mr. Waters, a series of events, all right, that caused me to have paranoid thinking, all right, and then I lied.
All right. But at some point it happened during this interview that you crossed over. You're saying that you came into this interview intending to be fully disclosing to everything, and something happened in this interview that sent you over the edge, and you said, hey, let me lie about the last time I saw my wife and child alive, supposedly, according to me.
I certainly didn't go into that interview, I believe, intending to lie. Mr. Waters, I wasn't capable at that point in time of planning anything or thinking through anything.
So somehow during this interview, all of a sudden those senses came to you to plan and do that.
When I got to thinking in that paranoid way that normally, as I said, I mean, I could take a deep breath and make it go away. I never had a situation where it lasted more than a matter of seconds. That night, after all those things had happened, it didn't go away in a matter of seconds. And I decided to lie.
Those are the clothes that you ultimately gave to Dave Owen. Is that right?
Those are the clothes I gave to David Owens.
At what point did you be able to chuck pills you say are in your pocket? When did you do that?
When I was in my bedroom.
When you're in the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you put them?
I'm not sure where I put them, but ultimately they would have gone in my suitcase.
So that's when you did it? You have a specific recollection of that?
No, I don't. I just know that I took them out of my pocket.
If we watch this whole video, you think you could, if we watch the whole thing, you think you can say, okay, that's the moment where my senses came to me and I decided I was going to tell this major lie?
I don't know that it happened like that, but I mean, I may be able to tell you some things that contributed to it. We watched the whole thing.
We've heard that. I just want to be clear, though. At least on this one, at some point during this interview, when you were able to plan your lie about this event, and you made that decision.
Obviously,
but it wasn't what we just played. It wasn't yet. It was some point after that.
I don't think that's a lie right there. Is the reason why I don't think that it's occurred before this, because what I'm saying there, I believe to be truthful. And I know this. I know for a fact that when David Owens asked me about my relationship with my wife and my child, I know that that played a role in that. And I believe that, and I may be wrong, but I believe that this was before that.
You ever heard the expression, not telling the whole truth is the same as telling the lie?
Sure I have.
That's something you understood as a lawyer and a prosecutor?
Yes.
All right.
All right, Mr. Murdaugh, state your full name for me, please.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And spell your last name so we get it correct.
Murdaugh.
All right. And you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh?
May 27th, 1968.
And good phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
All right. And so what was your name?
Yeah, Danny Henderson.
Okay. All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen in Lower Rutland with Colleton County. I'm misled. I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
I totally understand.
Yeah.
So you don't have any problem with it.
So
You hadn't decided to lie right there, correct?
I don't believe so.
You told David Owen that you understood that he had to ask questions and you did what you need to do, correct?
That is what I told him.
Ron, this might be a good time for a break.
Clock. Ladies and gentlemen, addressing the jury. We'll break till 2:15.
Okay.
We'll go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
So let's jump on ahead.
That testimony in this courtroom?
I did hear that.
All right. So did they start to
Here we go.
watch you like a hawk and get on you about your pill usage?
Perfect.
Mr. Griffin, you wanted to put something on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. During cross-examination of Mr. Murdaugh, He had testified that in relation to the financial crimes, that he had tried to meet with the Attorney General's office, and that on multiple occasions, and that he had, from the get-go, had always been willing to sit down with them. He was specifically talking about the financial investigation and the charges which he received as a result of those investigations. Following up to that questioning, that answer, Mr. Waters then went to Mr. Murdaugh's testimony and the information he provided about being down at the kennel, and he said you had never provided that information to law enforcement and other people until today or yesterday. And Your Honor, that is a direct violation of Doyle v. Ohio, where the Supreme Court said that cross-examining the defendant about his failure to have told an exculpatory story after receiving Miranda warnings at the time of his arrest is a due process violation. The court goes on to say the defendant's post-arrest silence cannot be used against him. Violates due process. And that's exactly what happened on cross-examination. So I want to make clear the grounds for our objection. Also would like to move to strike the question, strike the answer, and get a curative jury instruction that they are not to consider any failure of the defendant to come forward with exculpatory information after his arrest relating to the murder charges. Thank you.
Mr. Waters.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Clearly, this defendant has given statements on multiple occasions, and that operates as a waiver under Doyle. Additionally, my question was not so limited as Mr. Griffin says, and it was in fact the defendant who made a point of saying that he had repeatedly tried to talk and put that in issue, at which point this was directly responsive to what he brought up. Additionally, this was also, all that was discussed were public statements of his counsel, who is an agent on his behalf and attributable to him. So there's no Doyle violation here. If Mr. Murdaugh had claimed his right to silence from the beginning and had kept that throughout, then the state would be precluded from commenting on the exercise of his right to remain silent. But one thing we know about Mr. Murdaugh is he has not remained silent at any point during this process, and he's the one that brought up this false claim that he had been begging to tell the criminal story, when in fact he did not do so till yesterday.
Doyle primarily addresses the issue of post-arrest silence. If an accused is silent following an arrest, then it's improper to comment on the post-arrest silence. It does not allow an accused or a person who's suspected to give contradictory information or to voluntarily give a statement or to voluntarily give a misstatement, as has been acknowledged here. I do not find any Doyle violation, and the record is protected. I certainly understand the defense raising any and all possible issues, and they can be raised, and you've done it here. The record is protected, but all motions are denied. Let's bring the jury.
Been sitting there. I also just want to note how unheard of it is for the trial counsel, to also be doing the appeal. And for Poot and Jim to be doing the appeal, that is completely unheard of and also interesting. I'm sitting there like weird lifestyle.
Jury is present, sir.
Very good. You may proceed.
May it please the court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Murdaugh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Get that mic up a little bit, please.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
There we go.
When we left off, we were talking about at what point during that interview in the car with Dave Owen that you decided to start lying about the murders of your wife and son. I'm going to pick up
Yay, Creighton.
this video real quick. Not going to play the whole thing, but I'm going to start from 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
Just start it out, take your time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and you know, I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. And my boy over there, I could see it was. And I could see his brain on. And I ran over to Maggie. And actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I mean, I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both.
Okay.
I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, you know, I called 911 pretty much right away, and she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John. And I tried to call a little boy, a real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
What all was around Paul when you walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there was some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence? I know you said the phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, no, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover.
Okay.
She fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
Just to be clear, you say you hadn't made the conscious decision to start lying about your wife and son's murder right there, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Well, let's continue on.
Mr. Waters, I can't, I can't tell you exactly when that decision occurred.
Okay. You can't describe to the jury the moment you decided to lie about your wife's son and your wife and son's murder.
I can't tell you exactly when that moment occurred.
I left the house and went.
But you did say earlier that when David Owen asked you about your relationships, that was a trigger point, correct?
Well, that was certainly one of the things that contributed or made me paranoid.
Okay.
Now, you know, there were already things that had gone on that occurred, as I said, that put me in that mindset.
Yeah.
But exactly when I decided to lie about that, I can't tell you.
So the things again you talked about, your dope paranoia, the fact they'd taken GSR, and you talked about the advice of your law partners and Sheriff Hill and Greg Alexander, and then you talked about your distrust of SLED somehow from the circumstances and demeanor of this interview right here, correct?
No, my distrust from SLED didn't arise from this interview. My distrust for SLED arose from a couple of things, and it's really several things. It arose from the way they had been involved in, SLED had been involved in the investigation into Paul's criminal charges, and they had been involved in, there was an issue that had gone on with some rumors about Buster and Paul. They had been involved in that, where, you know, Buster nor Paul had anything to do with what I'm talking about, and SLED never said that, even though they told their lawyer that. They never say that. And there had been another incident where SLED had charged Greg Alexander, my friend in this case. They charged him. And in fact, I thought the agent that was involved in that was David Owen, but the charges against Greg Alexander were they were so wrong that my dad and I made a conscious decision, even though he was a career prosecutor, made a decision to go to the courthouse and sit with Greg Alexander while his trial went on, because
10 years ago, right?
it was a while back,
Yeah.
you know. But
You don't know if Dave Owen was at SLED 10 years ago.
no, I checked on that, because that night, the officer who was involved in that case in bringing clearly manufactured charges against Greg Alexander.
You're saying the night before you sat down for this interview, you were asking somebody about whether or not something about Greg Alexander 10 years ago in the wake of what had occurred?
Oh, no, I didn't ask anybody.
Okay, so that wasn't what you were discussing when you were sitting in this car.
No, I wasn't discussing that. I'm just telling you that I thought David Owen was the same agent that was involved in that case. Now, I learned later, because I checked on it, I learned later that it was a different David, SLED agent, first name David with a different last name. I learned that later. I'm just saying that was all part of that process going on in my mind.
So you're saying that you're sitting here right now thinking that this Dave Owen and this circumstances and demeanor of this interview, you're thinking that guy had been involved in the prosecution or investigation of your friend 10 years ago.
I did.
Okay, so here's a new one you just mentioned to us, correct?
No, that's not a new one. Okay. That's part of.
I mean, the circumstances are new. I mean,
No,
that's fairly
no.
specific, don't you think?
Well, no, sir.
I mean, the story keeps evolving. Keep going.
No, you asked me about this, Mr. Owen. What I said is part of this whole, I mean, Mr. Waters, the whole part of this whole process involved my distrust for SLED. That was a big part of my distrust for SLED.
Yeah, we can all see it on your face in this interview, can't we?
I don't know.
But you said what you just said a little bit ago, that wasn't the lie. That wasn't the conscious decision yet. So let's keep going.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I don't believe that it was. I don't
Okay.
know exactly when
right.
I made the decision to lie about that.
All right.
All right.
Well, if you see it, let me know, okay? We'll go forward.
To my mom's for just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her. no response. When I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there. So I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul was gonna be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds. So I came back up here and I drove up and saw and called.
Had Maggie and Paul been arguing over anything?
No.
What was their relationship like?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. How about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
And yours and Paul's relationship?
As good as it could be.
How old was Paul?
22.
Okay.
So that was the moment, right there, that line of questioning, just asking some very general questions about your relationship. You mentioned that before, didn't you, Mr. Murdaugh? Is that the moment right there? Is that the look on your face when you decide to lie about an important fact in your wife and son's murder?
I don't know, as I said, Mr. Waters, I don't know the exact point that I made that decision.
You earlier mentioned that very exchange is somehow triggering you to lie about the last time you saw them alive.
No, I'm not saying that that's what made me lie. I'm saying this whole set of circumstances caused me to be in a state where I had paranoid thoughts.
Okay.
That normally, Mr. Waters, I could take a deep breath and make go away in a second or 2 seconds or 3 seconds at the most. And on this night, I wasn't able to do that. But all of those things that I mentioned, I believe contributed to that.
Okay. Any more you want to add now, since you keep adding them?
I'd be glad to answer any question you have.
Well, I mean, I'm asking you. I mean, the factors have gone from yesterday to today, and now even after lunch, we got some new ones. So anything else you want to add right now as to factors?
Mr. Waters, I don't believe that I've added any new factors. I believe that's what I said yesterday.
All right.
I've explained some of those factors because of your questions, but I don't believe I've added any factors.
Okay. All right, let me move this forward just a little bit.
Okay, so most of this was stuff from between a couple of them, but not.
Yesterday in great detail about the boat case, which you brought up on the 911 call and to Daniel Green, and then of course in this first interview, correct?
I did mention the boat wreck.
All right, and you described that. Do you remember what you said in this interview about the boat wreck?
Not specifically.
About specifically the other people involved in the boat wreck? You don't remember specifically? Do you remember specifically? I guess you said no.
I remember talking about the boat wreck, and I know that I talked about the boat wreck.
All right. Well, I'm going to play now from 1714.
Any direct threats between any of the people on the boat specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yip-yap between a couple of them, but not recently.
Okay.
What was the term you used for that? A small amount of yip-yap?
Yeah, and just to be clear, Mr. Waters, there was never, ever a point in time where I thought that the people that were involved in the boat wreck did this to Paul and Maggie. Okay. I've never thought that.
All right. I never thought that, but it's literally one of the first things that you said out of the 911 call.
No, that's not what I said. I never, ever, ever under any point in time believed that those kids that were riding in that boat, or their parents, or
Or their
their
parents.
or their families. I didn't believe that any of the families, the people that were involved in the boat wreck, had anything to do with hurting Maggie and Paul.
Okay.
But I can tell you that at that time, and as I sit here today, that I believe that boat wreck is the reason why Paul and Maggie were killed.
Okay.
And I'm certain.
So
I believe
it was,
that.
It was random vigilantes, the 5-2 vigilantes, huh?
Now, what I believe, Mr. Waters, is I believe that when Paul was charged criminally, there were so many leaks, half-truths, half-reports, half-statements, partial information, misrepresentations of Paul that ended up in the media all the time. And when I tell you the social media response that came from that was vile, the things that were said about what they would do to Paul, they were so over the top that nobody would believe anybody would get on social media and do that. But I believe then, and I believe today, that the wrong person saw and read that.
He means a 5'2", 11-year-old assassin. Also, remember, he was very adamant in his law enforcement interviews that it was not on social media, of course, because he knew that they could verify that it never happened. The threat, right? Now it's on social media.
Because I can tell you for a fact that the person or people who did what I saw on June the 7th, they hated Paul Murdaugh and they had anger in their heart. And that is the only reason that somebody could be mad at Paul like that and hate him like that.
Gotcha. All right, so we've got now.
But that's why I did then believe it was the boat wreck, and I believe now that the boat wreck
all right, so
had something to do with it.
All right, so we've got random vigilantes because of the boat wreck.
Now, I don't know that they're random vigilantes.
Well, you just said it wasn't the family or the kid or the
No.
kids or the family of the other kids in the boat, right?
But
So you're saying it's somebody off of social media, and you don't have any evidence of that, do you?
Not
You
to-
just believe that, and you're just telling that jury that as you try to explain the lie that you told for the first time yesterday. Isn't that right?
No, sir, that's not right.
It's not right. All right. Well, let me ask you a question then. So what you're telling this jury is that it's a random vigilante.
That's your
the 12-year-old 5'2" people that just happened to know that Paul and Maggie were both at Moselle on June 7th, that knew that they would be at the kennels alone on June the 7th, that knew that you would not be there, but only between the times of 8:49 and 9:02, that they show up without a weapon, assuming that they're going to find weapons and ammunition there, that they commit this crime during that short time window, and then they travel the same exact route that you do around the same time to Alameda. That's what you're trying to tell this jury?
You got a lot of factors in there, Mr. Waters, all of which I do not agree with, but some of which I do.
All right. You testified
Also,
earlier that after
noting for the record too that someone having hatred in their hearts for Papa wouldn't explain why they killed Maggie.
this happened. Well, let me back up just real quick. When you were driving to and from Alameda, why were you in such a hurry? Why are you rolling 70, 80 miles an hour down that dark, beat up road?
I wasn't in such a hurry.
You weren't?
No, sir.
All right. Show you what's been marked as States 573. See if you recognize this.
I do.
And tell the jury what that is.
It's Max car.
All right. And what's it in front of?
The house at Moselle.
And what's between the house and the Mercedes?
The golf cart.
Is that where it was on June the 8th, to your recollection?
No, sir.
Where was it left?
I mean, it was near there, but that's not exactly where it was. No, sir.
Okay, where was it?
Where we would normally park it would be a little bit closer to the sheds. I mean, a little bit closer to the house, to the bushes.
Does not answer the question.
All right,
When was that photograph taken?
well, do you recognize when it was taken?
No, I don't recognize. No,
You
sir.
wouldn't dispute that it was around the time in the aftermath of the murders, would you?
Aftermath being when?
I'm asking you.
A day, a week, an hour?
I wasn't there, Mr. Murdaugh. Do you recognize those?
I recognize the car, I recognize the house, and I recognize the golf cart. But that is not, that's not exactly how it would have been
All right.
that night.
Can you describe to me then where it would be different?
Well, it would be more in line with, first things first is when we drove the golf cart, or
Oh, Lord.
when I drove it for sure, and I believe when the others drove it, you would come in and you would go across the little brick walkway that's in front of this. So if I would have come in and gone this way, or I would have come in and gone this way. This is not a place that any of my family would have normally parked. And so what I'm assuming is this obviously is taken at daytime. And what I'm assuming is it was taken when SLED came to the earliest it was taken was when SLED came to the house the next day, which I believe the testimony is in the afternoon. And at this point in time, that golf cart, I would assume would have been moved several times, but that's
Right.
not how it was.
Well, where did you leave the golf cart when you got out of it around 8:49?
In the manner in which I just talked about.
Okay. Well, help me out again so I understand. You would have come around this way or that way, but where was it? Where would it end
It would have
up?
been, in this picture, it's facing to the right.
Oh, I got you.
The night that I drove it, I believe I parked it facing to the left.
I understand.
Would be customarily how I did it. And I believe I did it that way that night.
Okay. Well, that's all right.
And that is how I would have gotten into it.
All right. That's a very specific memory. Thank you. All right. At this
Well, that's
time, the
just how it
state would
normally
offer States 573 now.
Admit it without objection.
Get out the Alma very briefly.
And see, Mr. Waters, you can see in the picture now that you bring this up on the screen, if you look to the right, you can see the actual steps. And just to the left of that would be where the little brick patio starts. So where I would normally park it, you would roll across those bricks and the end of the golf cart would be just past those. And we all normally parked it that way because the way you charge this golf cart is if you see that back seat that's sitting, you can see the edge. This is a 3-seat golf cart and you can see the back seat. And a lot of golf carts have the charger, this sits on the floor or something. This golf cart has a charger that's plugged in and a part of the golf cart. So you flip that seat up and it plugs in. And the outlets are right up there by the door.
Okay. Anything else you want to say about that?
I'm going to answer any questions you have, Mr. Waters.
No. Well, I appreciate all that information in great detail.
Sustained.
Welcome, people.
All right.
It's just never parked that way
Great. Let's keep talking.
by the family.
I thought that the suggestion that SLED would move the dumb golf cart.
Have the computer back, please.
I mean, the point of that is like that
I think the whole point of that part, right, is that is how the golf cart was left from him, right? And, you know, the thing is that there's no way that's where it would normally be parked because the whole thing would be ruined. It'd be rusted. The leather seats would be ruined if it was kept out in the rain all the time. It doesn't, anyway. So, but of course, he's not going to say that's how I left it. It's like, well, that's how it we would normally park it around there, but not facing that direction. It's just absurd.
Mr. Murdaugh, I'm going to put up the second interview. This would have been June the 10th. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I do want to go through a couple of things.
This is the one where he brings up the wildcat.
Anything you want to go through, Mr. Waters?
Dark eyes. Get your pen, Jim. Why don't you turn on your pen? Pen.
I apologize. Got ahead of myself. I want to do one last thing on the first one.
Wouldn't it be insane if there's a refile? By the way, Bunny, that custom emoji that you just did, that emoji has a funny story for anyone who hasn't heard it. We were doing an AI journey one day on a recent live stream, and y'all were making in the chat, we're making suggestions or requests, and somebody requested I do AI for a squirrel holding a twizzle stick. And that's what it generated. And so the way that I have that command, like you have to name them on YouTube or whatever. So that one is Squiz, SQUIZ. So like combination of squirrel and twiz. Anyway, so like, for example, when I know which ones y'all are putting in the chat, because on StreamYard, the way it shows up for me is like this. So, right. So there it is. So that's how I know which one it is, because on StreamYard, that's how it looks. But I know, in YouTube, it's going to be the emoji. But anyway, it's just funny. It's called Squiz, but it's because it's a squirrel holding a twizzle stick.
For the record, I'm going to start
I forget the guy's name.
I'm going to start it at 23:55. This is the first interview.
Amy Mae's been having trouble with her. She's been having trouble with her stomach and her tooth. I'm not positive. It was sort of a routine visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of him, and I want to say Gordine
Okay.
is who I think she saw.
So was she back home around supper time? Or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
I don't think she got back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that.
Okay. What did you do today? Were you at the office or?
No, I was home. I came home. Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer, and I left to go to my mom's. She had said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there. And I think I texted her.
There, when you repeated the lie that you decided?
Was that the moment that I
Was that the
decided
moment you
that?
decided to lie to mean old Dave Owen?
I don't know. as I told you, Mr. Waters, the exact moment that I decided to lie. But at that point in time.
But you did lie
obviously,
there, correct?
I did.
And she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
All right, I'm gonna go to the second interview. It's been previously admitted. Let me ask you this before we started. You stated earlier during your direct testimony that after these crimes happened, you were around family, family was around you, your law partners were around you pretty much every minute after that, correct? Every waking minute. Didn't you say that yesterday?
Yes, they were for a long time.
All right. And this second interview was 3 days later, is that right?
That's correct.
And in no time with any of your close friends and law partners and family, do you confess the truth? Do you?
No, I did not.
Do you say, hey man, I think I messed up. What should I do about this?
No, I didn't.
You're not telling that lie to anyone, are you? Until yesterday.
Excuse me?
You're not telling that lie to anyone until yesterday, are you?
Not telling what lie? Saying I tried to tell somebody that I was lying?
All right.
Well, hang up. So it's
All right, I'm going to move this to approximately 24:56.
Welcome, Carla. I know. Aw, Twiz is right, Bunny.
Went to go to the red thing, getting
All right. Correction, I'm at 12:28.
him, he doesn't like to go to doctors, making him go get his blood pressure checked. His feet had swollen up recently.
Wow.
So, that was a big, huge deal.
okay.
We hung around the house for a little while. I know that Maggie went to the kennels. I don't know exactly where Paul went, but he left the house too.
Okay. How did Maggie get down to the kennels?
I don't know exactly, but on normal occasions, she would drive a buggy, drive a four-wheeler, or very common for her to walk.
Okay. How about Paul?
Paul wasn't much of a walker, but he would use all of the others.
Okay.
But it could be anyway, I don't know exactly. I wish I could help you with that.
So they left and went down to the kennels.
Well, Maggie went to go to the kennels.
Okay. Paul left.
And I'm assuming Paul left because of,
Gotcha.
what happened. I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
Okay.
And I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay. And what time did you?
I don't know exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's. And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And what time did we say the text was, Jim? It's like 9:06.
I didn't see it. Yeah, I got it written down for you.
I showed you the other night, didn't I?
Yes, sir. I got that.
So, I texted her. So I called her just before that.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, she didn't answer at that point. And I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
Y'all will just have to look. I'm not sure if I called Paul.
Well, and that's why we're getting the phone so we can nail down the times and everything.
Pretty much all of that was lies, wasn't it?
The part about me not being at the kennel was a lie.
Well, also not knowing that Paul went down there, not being sure, that was a lie too, wasn't it? I mean, you're putting some detail on this thing, aren't you?
Not knowing when Paul left. Everything about me not going to the kennel was a lie.
And you're able to just do that so easily and so convincingly and so naturally, don't you?
I mean, that's not for me to judge.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
It's an odd story.
I'm going to get to where I'm going.
Feel right now.
So do y'all have any good clues?
So we're trying to put a rush on that to get an answer quick, and hoping that's going to tell us something.
By evidence, I mean, is it things you think are going to be helpful?
Well, I mean, like the shot shells out there, the casings, the DNA swabs that we took from the door handle to see if anybody touched the door handles, any other places that we think somebody may have touched while they were out there. We're trying to collect DNA from that and analyze that, which at the conclusion of this, what I'm going to also ask is that we get a buccal swab, the DNA swab from you.
No
Your DNA is going to be there, but we need to eliminate it once it's developed.
We don't need that unknown when it actually is a family member.
No problem.
I mean, we have talked to close to 100 people trying to track people down, and we're still tracking people down. And that's why, who Paul was with.
I want to tell you one thing while I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Paul was really an incredibly intuitive little dude.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, he was like a little detective. And
He was like a little detective. Is that what you said?
That's what I said. And he was very intuitive, like I said.
And that was what Marion described as Maggie's term for how he was and keeping tabs on your pill usage. Wasn't that correct?
That was what Maggie said about him.
For some reason, you decided to bring that up in this interview, didn't you?
I mean, that was a trait of Paul's personality. I mean, I think anybody who knew him would tell you how intuitive he was.
Got it. I went through hours of videos that we.
All right. For the record, I'm at 4630.
Well, thank you all.
Yeah.
Very much.
So,
Mr. Allen.
You don't have to call me Miss. You just call me Alec. Thank you for that courtesy.
When you and Paul got back to the house, Miss Maggie's there, and y'all eat supper, which has been prepared. And you said you laid down and took a little nap. And when you got up, Maggie and Paul was gone, or did they leave when you laid down?
I believe that not sure.
But they weren't there when you woke up around the 9 o'clock mark or so when you made the call to Maggie to let her know you wanted to.
No, nobody was in that house when I left.
So I'm just trying to narrow that. The last time that you saw Paul and Maggie is when y'all were eating supper.
Yes, sir.
Elton?
Your answer was yes, sir. Is that correct?
That's correct.
About to go to the August 2021 interview, but between that June 10th interview and the August interview, you were not working very much. Is that correct? If at all?
No, I definitely wasn't working very much. I think I was working a little bit, but no, not very much at all.
Did you go to Johnny Parker to borrow $250,000 in order to cover the Ferris fees?
I did.
You did?
I did.
Did you tell him what that was for?
No, I did not tell him what that was for.
Did you go to Russell Lafitte at Palmetto State Bank and get $350,000 in order to help cover some of the Ferris fees that you had taken to send to Chris Wilson?
I did.
And did you get those fees before you signed any paperwork or documentation?
I've heard testimony about that in this case, but I can't tell you the specifics of that.
Okay. You don't recall that?
Do I recall when I signed paperwork? No, sir.
You don't recall that you got the money a month before you had to sign your paperwork?
No, sir, I don't recall that.
Call your phone being in the console, but
I'm not disputing that, but I don't recall it.
Did you go to your best friend, Chris Wilson, and convince him to cover $192,000, the remaining $192,000, in order for him to send that email to your law firm as if those fees had been there all along?
I spoke to Chris Wilson and did not have the full amount of the fees. And I got Chris Wilson to put the remaining fees in his trust account.
And when you did that, you didn't tell him the truth about your life. You just asked him to cover you, correct?
No, I did not tell him.
And he agreed to do that because of his belief of who you really were, or who he thought you were.
He agreed to do that for whatever reasons. I assume that was a big part of it.
And once that $600,000 was transferred, Chris Wilson sent an email to you saying those fees had been there, were in his trust account, correct?
That is correct.
And then you forwarded that email to Lee Cope and Jeannie Seconder, correct?
I know I forwarded it to Jeannie, and I've heard that testimony about forwarding it to Lee Cope, so I believe that's correct.
Why'd you not get it all from PSB?
Because at that time, there were limitations on how much I could borrow because Mags was passed. And so I was limited. I couldn't get a loan against Moselle and had to get a loan against Palmetto State. Against Edisto.
Going to the third interview. All right, I'm going to go to 1745. Apparently having some technical difficulties. Jury's seen this, so again, you repeated the same lies over and over again.
I did.
Effortlessly and convincingly.
I don't know about that.
Well, they can see it there.
Agree with that.
Nobody yelled at you.
Nobody yelled at me. Nobody, none of these guys were ever discourteous to me. Like,
Nobody what?
I said, none of those guys were ever discourteous to me. You made a comment earlier that David Owens was mean or something about being mean, and he was never mean to me.
All right. But you decided to lie in part because you distrusted David Owen.
I distrusted SLED in general, and I particularly distrusted who I thought was David Owen at the time.
Okay.
Who turned out not to be David Owen.
So wait a minute, I want to be clear. You're saying now you thought that this was some David Owen that had something to do with Greg Alexander 10 years ago.
No, sir. And I'm not saying that now. I've said that all along.
Uh-huh.
The person that I saw and watched in Greg Alexander's trial that was clear to me was just, it was terrible what they did to Greg Alexander. And the person at SLED who was responsible for that was a guy named David. All right, and I'm not even getting into his last name. I thought that David Owens that night was that guy. Later, down the road, and it was a while, I checked into that and I found out that I was mistaken, that it was not David Owen.
So when we went back and we spent a lot of time going through that first statement, you're telling me now that you were sitting there thinking that this was a completely different guy the whole time, and that was on your mind during that entire interview.
Yes, at the time,
Right.
I thought David Owen, no, I didn't think David Owen was a different person. I thought that David Owens was the person that my dad and I had watched. My dad and I truly thought evidence was manufactured, and I thought it was David Owen, and I was wrong about that. But that's what I thought that night.
Any other factors or details you want to add about your decision?
I want to answer any question you have, Mr. Waters.
Any more?
Do you have any more questions, sir?
No, any more about your decision to lie. I just want to, let's get it all out now. Okay.
If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer, sir.
All right, well, I do. Tell me about the replacement blackout. You initially told law enforcement that you weren't sure whether or not there was one, correct? correct?
Oh, no, sir, you're absolutely wrong about that.
What did you say then?
Shortly after this, it became being told that Paul's gun had been stolen. And the one you heard talk about being stolen from the thing. And I'm not sure how I learned this, but I learned that somebody, I believe SLED had gone to John Bedingfield, who made those guns, and could only find paperwork for 2 blackouts, one of which they were saying was stolen in 17. And that's what they were telling me. And I was certain and told them that I was certain that there was a third one.
But initially, in June 8th and June 10th, or June 10th, you were saying that you thought that y'all had replaced it, and then you kind of wavered, and then eventually said you did replace it, correct?
I don't believe that's correct. No,
You don't
sir.
believe that's correct?
No, I don't believe that's
Did you
correct.
say to law enforcement that you thought that the third gun, the replacement blackout, had gone missing in Christmas of 2020?
It did go missing in Christmas of 2020.
So you're telling them that one also had been missing 6 months prior, correct? Answer my question first, and then you can explain. Did you all tell law enforcement that that gun had been missing since Christmas time?
I told law enforcement that when we looked for it at Christmas time, we could not find it.
Okay.
And that was accurate. We looked for it when we were trying to shoot hogs, when we had a group of people out there, and we could not find it.
Okay. But you now know that it was there as late as turkey season.
No, sir. I know that Will Love and Paw had it right before turkey season, like Will Love and testified to.
So it was around, actually.
It was around there at some point in time there, yes, sir.
So you're saying it got stolen a second time, or you just don't know?
No, I'm not.
The 12-year-old stole it a second time?
I never said a 12-year-old stole any gun, Mr.
Sorry, the
Waters.
5'2" people stole it a second time?
I don't know that it was stolen. I just know that when we look for it at Christmas time,
The next Murdaugh installment, we have a return of the 5'2" Ninja Marauders. They make another appearance. It's gonna be amazing.
we couldn't find it. And I know this. I know that I hadn't seen that gun in a long time. I've heard the testimony that people who were at my house using guns and hunting with us all the time, Rogan, Buster, they didn't, I can't remember about Buster, but there were several people who didn't even know that gun had been replaced. So that tells me that that gun did not stay where our regular guns were. And I know that I didn't see it there. And that tells me that they didn't see it there.
Of course you didn't see it there, because it's got to be missing, correct, Mr. Murdaugh?
Ask that
Yeah,
question
one more
again.
circumstance for your latest story to work is that it's got to be missing as well. It was when you told law enforcement it was missing at Christmas time. Now we've had testimony at this trial, and now you're still claiming that you never saw it. It must have been kept somewhere else. Where else would it have been kept?
It could have been kept anywhere, Mr. Waters, the way Paul did guns, the way guns were handled around there. I was terrible about that.
You're terrible about that.
I should have been stricter.
But you know that that third gun was fired right outside the gunroom door in turkey season of 2021, correct?
I know that now, based on what Will Lovin said.
And you know it was also fired across the street at y'all's shooting house around that same time, don't you?
No, sir, I don't know that, but I know that I would assume that it was fired at the shooting range, but I don't have any reason to believe it was done in close proximity to that time.
A few months go by, a couple months go by, and you get confronted about your thefts from the law firm, correct?
September of 21.
And unlike June the 7th, when Jeannie confronted you, this time they had unassailable evidence, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, they had,
No wiggling out of this one, correct?
I didn't try to wiggle out of this one.
Well, you've been wiggling before, though, right? You wiggled when you stole your brother's money twice, correct?
Well, I admit almost all of these things, Mr. Waters, but that's one of the things that I take dispute with,
Which one?
that I stole that money that you're referring to.
You're going to dispute that? Let's hear about that then. Tell me why you dispute cashing that check twice.
I don't dispute cashing that check twice.
But you're going to tell this jury that you accidentally didn't realize that you were supposed to be receiving some $125,000 check, $120 however $1,000 check, 2 times. How many $120,000 checks do you receive?
I got that check, and this is several months after. I mean, you can look at my finances, and you can see how I was doing. I didn't balance a checkbook, but the fact of the matter is, when I got that check,
Surely you did not.
I asked about it, and I was told mistakenly that it was for me, that I had done participated in that year-end thing, which I did sometimes, not often, but sometimes. Apparently, a new check got cashed. I cashed that check. Then a year later,
Yeah, where did you keep that one for a year?
I don't know where it was. It was obviously in my desk. But Mr. Waters,
So you found it in your desk.
no, I didn't find it.
Well, you said it was obviously in your desk. So you remember that? You remember finding it in your desk?
No, I remember when we.
Did you go to finance and say, I just found this year-old check? Is this right?
No,
No, you took it to the bank, didn't you?
no, sir, I didn't.
Not allowing Mr. Murdaugh to answer the question.
So when this came up, when this came up, that check got cashed. There's no way that I can have a check in our law firm with the way accounting is, and that I can cash a check twice and think that's impossible. So to cash a check that's already been checked, there's no question it's going to throw that off. What happened is we used to get a rent check, we get little checks, I'd have checks, and they pile up, the small checks. That check got mixed in, and it got sent to the bank, and it got deposited.
Keep going.
And that was a year after.
Well, marauders?
But
Were they responsible?
I do dispute that I stole that money,
Blame it on the two.
that money.
The 2 kids.
All right. Well, I mean, you brought it up. So any of the other money you dispute stealing?
No, so you brought it up. I was just telling you that was the one I disputed.
All right. And you heard Ronnie Crosby and Mark Ball testify about that, correct?
I heard Ronnie and Mark testify about what they thought about it. Yes, sir.
All right. You testified yesterday about the side of the road,
Yeah, yes, sir.
and then you heard the testimony during the state's direct case about what you said on the 911 call. You heard that, didn't you?
I did hear that.
You heard the 911 call where you said you'd been attacked by an unknown assailant and described him,
I did.
and you saw the video from the ambulance where you said you'd been attacked by an unknown assailant and described him,
I did.
and you heard the testimony from Ryan Kelly where you again went into detail and described this attack from an unknown assailant.
I did.
And you heard the testimony about your interview on September 6th with law enforcement, in which you went into great detail and again describe this unknown assailant?
I did.
And you heard the testimony, and in fact, the image was put in about how you sat down with a sled sketch artist and spent a period of time with her going forward and creating an image of the supposed assailant.
I did sit down with her. I was in the hospital and they came in, sat down with me, asked me a bunch of questions. I answered their questions, and
yes, you did. You
it
sat
came
there.
it came up with a composite. Yes, sir.
Sat there and answered their questions just as effortlessly and convincingly as you've been trying to do for the past 2 days. Isn't that correct?
No, sir, that's not true. In that hospital, I mean, I couldn't sit still. I was standing up. I was walking around. I was using the bathroom with the lady sitting right there. I was 2 days into not taking, 3 days into not taking pills like I had been. So no, it wasn't effortlessly. But I mean, I told him what I told him. I don't dispute that I lied.
It was all lies, though, is the point, correct?
It was.
I mean, you're saying withdrawals, but you still were able to pull off lies in great detail. Correct?
I lied to them.
And the lie that you told of an unknown assailant was to try to make people think that the quote real bad guys were back again to finish the job. Isn't that true?
No, sir, that's not true.
That's not the effect that you intended that story to have? Did it have that effect on people that you knew? Isn't that the exact effect that it had?
I don't think there's many people that believe that. No, sir. I know the people that were, the people that were closest to me didn't believe that. So, no, sir.
Accountability is at your door, Mr. Murdaugh. Bad things happen. Isn't that true?
When accountability is at my doorstep,
go ahead.
Bad things happen. What do you mean by bad things?
June 7th happened. September 4th happened.
I don't believe that June the 7th happened because accountability issues were at my doorstep. Now, I do believe in September that I tried to get a man to help me kill myself because issues were at my doorstep.
Every time, or I'm sorry, for the first time in your life of privilege and prominence and wealth, when you were facing accountability, each time suddenly you became a victim and everyone ran to your aid. Isn't that true?
I disagree with that, but I mean, what you're
shame for you is an extraordinary provocation. Isn't that true, Mr. Murdaugh?
Hang on, let me just finish this. You seem to be implying 2 days, June the 7th and September, and talking about accountability issues. And I mean, to me, those two things are totally different. There were no accountability issues on my doorstep on June the 7th.
That's what you say.
And in September,
not what other people say.
I was trying to, well, no, I mean, been a lot of people, well, in September, that wasn't designed to gain me sympathy. That was designed for me not to be here because I didn't want my son to have to deal with the wake of the things that I had done.
But that's not the story you told. The story that came out of your mouth right away was the story.
Guys, there's a really fat, cute animal in my backyard. Oh, he's running away. I literally, how could he see me? I was going to try and take a picture. I'm going to keep an eye out. I think it's a woodchuck or some real low-fee, rodent, woodland creature, just so cute.
I'm gonna keep my phone on the ready. Oh my God. Okay, hopefully he'll come back.
Story of you getting attacked by some unknown assailant while you were trying to change a tire and run flats.
Well,
That's the story that you told.
That is the story I told, but that's because the man who shot me did not shoot me that day as I intended.
Gopher, woodchuck. I don't even know the difference, guys.
And I had to have a story as to how I got shot. So I lied.
So you lied. And you're saying that people in your family and your friends didn't instantly believe that whoever these 12-year-old marauders were back to finish the job.
You keep using
And it happened just 2 hours after you've been confronted by Chris Wilson.
I think probably some people may have thought that when it first happened, but I think like Randy, Ronnie, Mark, those guys, I think they knew very quickly that this was not.
That was bullshit. Yeah. Yep.
I think they knew this was something that I'd done.
What if the Easter Bunny is actually an Easter woodchuck or an Easter whatever else? Gopher, groundhog? It's so low-key though.
Shame for you, I asked this before, but shame for you is an extraordinary provocation, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Shame for me is an extraordinary provocation.
I don't understand that.
I don't like to be shamed.
The prospect of humiliating the legacy is an extraordinary provocation to you, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
What do you mean by an extraordinary provocation?
It affects you deeply. It's your biggest concern, is it not?
No, that's not my biggest concern.
You're a middle-aged man like me?
I'm 54 years old. I'm not sure. You look like you're in better shape than me, so I don't know.
I was actually a couple of years behind you in law school, but we never knew each other, did we?
I never knew you, no, sir.
Had a very successful career up until this point.
Oh, he's not going to answer that one again.
You know,
simple question.
And the answer to that is no, Mr. Waters. I was an addict for more than 20 years.
Say.
All right, so making millions of dollars over a decade is not having a successful career. Is that what you're going to tell the jury?
No, that's not a successful career. When you
okay, well, let me put it
no,
like this.
hang on. Let me just.
All right, go ahead.
You know, it may have been what you perceive as a successful career, but, you know, I was the one who was fighting that. You don't have a very high self-esteem when you're an addict. So I don't deem myself a success.
Would you agree that at least outwardly you were perceived as successful?
I made a bunch of money, if that's what you're wanting to get at.
No, I'm actually asking about the perception. You were perceived as a prominent,
I tried to be.
powerful lawyer.
How I was perceived.
You were president of the trial lawyers.
I sure tried to be.
You lived a life of possessing authority.
Possessing authority?
Yeah, we saw the badges.
Badges.
You just admitted of your prominence in the legal community.
I don't think that I lived a life of possessing authority. I never saw myself as that way.
You don't think you lived a life of privilege?
I think I was very privileged.
And as we move to June of 2021, you were suffering from a drug addiction.
Absolutely.
Your father was terminally ill.
When?
As we move to June of 2021.
No, sir.
He was very ill.
He was very ill.
I don't know why I'll fight that one. I mean,
And
he
you
died
were
on June 10th anyway.
coming to a point of financial crisis.
I was having financial issues like I'd had many times in the past.
Mr. Murdaugh, are you a family annihilator?
A family annihilator? You mean like, did I shoot my wife and my son?
Yes.
No. Would never hurt Maggie Murdaugh. I would never hurt Paul Murdaugh under any circumstances.
Say that.
Excuse me?
You say that, but you lied to Maggie, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
I did lie to Maggie.
You lied to Paul?
Sometimes.
You lied to your father?
I'm sure I did at some point.
Did you tell him all the stuff you'd been up to over the years before he died?
No, I didn't tell him.
Did you lie to your brothers?
About financial things?
Yes.
I would have lied to Randy at some point, I'm sure.
Did you lie to him about the last time you saw your wife and son alive?
I did.
Did you lie to their wives?
I'm sure I did.
It's like, had Paul not taken that Snapchat, things would be so different. You know, he still could have gotten convicted and whatnot. You know, maybe. I mean, I know that Snapchat video obviously was the strongest evidence, but the thing that it changes, like, we know he's never going to admit to any of this, right? However, because of the Snapchat video, he at least had to admit that he was there. And that is a huge win, isn't it? For this dude. That's a huge win. That's a huge win for us and for justice and for Maggie and Paul, that he at least had to admit he was there. That's the closest that anyone's ever going to get to the truth from him.
Marion Proctor?
What happened? Were not for that video.
Yes.
Did you lie to Bart Proctor?
Yes.
Did you lie to the Brandstetters?
Yes.
Did you lie to your best friend, Chris Wilson?
Probably.
Did you lie to your other friend, Barrett Bullware, when you took his money?
Now we go on this whole tangent again out Barrett Bullware. I do believe.
No, sir.
No.
Not. I didn't lie like I told you. I didn't lie directly to him. I lied to him by omission, like we talked about him. I mean, I didn't talk to him. I didn't see him at that time.
Did you lie to your law partners?
I did.
Did you lie to him about the kennels?
Some of them.
Did you lie to Mark Ball?
Yeah, I believe, based on what Mark said, I believe I did.
Did you lie to Ronnie Crosby?
According to what he said, I believe I did.
Did you lie to Johnny Parker?
I don't believe I ever discussed that with Johnny.
Did you lie to him about the finances when you borrowed that money in July of 2021?
I don't know if I lied to him about. I don't think Johnny would ask me. I don't think I had to lie to Johnny about that. So I don't know.
Did you lie? Well, you certainly didn't disclose to him the truth when you borrowed that $250,000, did you?
I did not tell him what I was going to use it for.
I mean, didn't we say before that not telling the whole truth is the same as telling a lie?
Sure it is.
You don't think that's a lie, though?
I'm just saying, Mr. Waters, I'm not taking issue with that, but I don't even know that Johnny and I mean, Johnny had loaned me money numerous times. It wasn't any long sit-down discussion where Johnny wanted to know exactly what I was doing with it. That conversation would have been, I needed it. Johnny was always willing to help me, and that would have been the conversation. So on that specific event, did I lie to him? I don't know.
Yeah, he ended up being out $477,000, didn't he?
He ended up being out a lot of money.
And thank you for your qualifications as to that. Did you lie to Lee Cope?
I don't know. I don't know if Lee Cope was around when I said that or not.
Did you lie to Danny Henderson?
I did lie to Danny.
Did you lie to Jeannie Seckinger?
About finances? Yes, I did.
You didn't ever talk to her about the kennels?
No, I wouldn't think so.
Did Did you lie to Annette Griswold?
I did.
Did you lie to Christy Gerald, your other secretary or paralegal?
I don't believe she and I discussed. I would have at some point, I'm sure.
Did you lie to Michael Gunn?
I'm sure I did at some point, but I mean, Michael wasn't involved in any of this, so I don't know that any of this ever came up with Michael.
Did you lie to your clients? Did you lie to Pamela Pinckney?
I did.
Natasha Thomas?
I don't know that I dealt with Natasha, but I certainly lied about that.
Hakeem Pinckney?
Again, I don't know that I talked to Hakeem, but I certainly lied about that.
Arthur Badger?
I did.
The Plyler girls?
I'm not sure that I talked specifically to them, but I lied about that.
Dion Martin?
I lied to Dion.
Johnny Bush?
Yes.
Manuel Cristiani?
I didn't have any conversations with him, but I certainly lied about it.
Jamie Risher?
Yes.
Randy Drawdy?
Yes.
Jordan Jinks?
Yes.
Mary Duncan?
Yes.
Adriana Hay?
Yes.
Angel Gary?
Yes.
Christopher Anderson?
Yes.
Elise Mallory?
Yes.
Thomas Moore?
No.
You never lied to him? You just took his money. You never had to actually lie to his face, is what you're saying?
He and I never had a conversation, but I did take that. I did take that money.
Did you lie to Tony Satterfield just a couple of months before June 7th? We saw the text. You want me to get it out?
Just remind me. There's been a lot. Just remind me what it was.
I'll show you what's been marked as 463.
And I don't remember the exact date. So
that was in April of 2021. Is that right? Or you text him and tell him how hard you're working on the case, when in fact you had stolen millions of dollars from him? Tony Satterfield, who got up on the stand and told the jury about that?
I texted him on April 12th, so 5 weeks before June 7th.
Told him everything was okay. You're working hard, right? It's a complex case.
Yeah, I told him I was working on the case.
He was the son of your longtime housekeeper, Gloria.
I'm sorry?
He was the son of your longtime housekeeper, Gloria, who had served your family for many years.
That's correct.
And you stole millions from those boys.
I stole those funds.
And he and his family had started asking questions as we moved to June 7th. Didn't that happen?
No, I mean, there wasn't any rise in them asking questions. No, sir. I mean, he periodically checked in and asked me questions, but, you know, it had come out long before this, I believe, in the Island packet, that there had been a settlement of $500,000. But, I mean, that had been months and months, if I'm not mistaken. And so I didn't notice any uptick in Tony asking questions, and I don't believe that there was any uptick in Tony asking questions before June the 7th.
So you just gratuitously out of the blue decided to lie to him and send that text? Or were there things going on externally that caused you to need to head him off at the pass before further questions started to be asked about money you couldn't pay back at that point in time?
Nah, I don't think there was anything. I mean, on April 21st, I don't know what external factors you're talking about.
Do you want to explain that one anymore?
Explain what?
Whatever you want.
I just want to answer your questions, Mr. Waters.
Lied to everyone about the side of the road, that people that came to stop to help and the ambulance folks and the 911 and Ryan Kelly and the composite sketch artist and all of them, correct?
I lied to a lot of people about that.
You know why people lie, Mr. Murdaugh? Because they know they've done something wrong.
For the most time, I do.
And you've been able to lie quickly and easily and convincingly if you think it'll save your skin for well over a decade. Isn't that true?
I have lied well over a decade.
And you want this jury to believe a story manufactured to fit the evidence that you brought forth just yesterday after hearing this trial's worth of testimony.
No, sir, that's not correct.
Mr. Murdaugh, we went through this for a while, but you remember at the beginning of your testimony, I asked you whether or not you agreed that trying to explain your presence on the kennel video was the most important part of your testimony before this jury. Remember that? And you said, oh, not the most important. I said, was it at least important? You recall that from yesterday?
Yeah, I recall you asking those questions, yes, sir.
And you agree it's important, don't you?
I agree that is an important component. But I think there's a lot of important components.
And you testified yesterday and during cross yesterday and cross today. It's kind of evolved on the fact of the factors that led you to decide to lie at some point during that interview with David Owen, correct?
I disagree with that. I don't think those factors have evolved. I mean, you've asked some more specific questions, but those factors are still the same factors. You may have asked questions and gained a little more detail, but those factors haven't changed.
But it was the dope paranoia. It was the fact that the deputy took your GSR. It was the fact that your law partners and Greg Alexander and the sheriff were telling you you needed to have a lawyer before you talked to police. It was the factor that you got in the car with Dave Owen and thought he was somebody else from some case 10 years ago, correct?
That believing David Owens was the person involved in the case that I talked about was one of the factors that caused me to distrust SLED.
All right. And then also you said that they started asking you about, in that first interview, about your relationship with Maggie and Paul. And that's one thing you mentioned as well, correct?
And that was certainly something that contributed to me having paranoid thinking.
May I get this seal, please?
Creighton brings it home. Hi, James. Welcome.
Are we good?
Bring it on, Creighton. Bring it on home.
Playing the Daniel Green body cam video, 2026.
They are dead on that.
Yes, sir. That's what it looks
Where are you now? All right. Yeah, the police are here now. The police are here now. That's my brother.
Okay. When was the last time you were here with them, or talked to them, or anything like that?
It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but
okay.
I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
That was Sergeant Green, correct?
Yeah, that was Sergeant Green.
And at that point in time, SLED was not there. No one had gotten GSR from you. Your law partners or Sheriff Hill were not there.
That's correct.
No one had asked you about your relationships. David Owen was not there.
That's correct.
But you still told the same lie. And all those reasons that you just gave this jury about the most important part of your testimony was a lie too.
Get it, Creighton.
Isn't that true, Mr. Murdaugh?
I disagree with that.
Nothing further.
Beautiful. Redirect.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break now. Please do not discuss the case.
We are going to skip past the break and on to redirect. Boop, 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 boop. There's Bob Mata.
Good reader. No. What in story?
Hey, Julio. God, look at him. He's like,
So
he's been slaughtered. That's the court sound, court feed.
Jury is present.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Murdaugh, we spent a long time yesterday and a fair amount of time today talking about financial misdeeds.
Yes, sir.
Have you been criminally charged for those financial crimes?
I have been.
You have pending charges
I
against
do.
you. You were asked specifically about $792,000 in Ferris fees that you diverted from the law firm. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And I think you were asked about an accounting or where that money went, and it went out pretty quickly, roughly.
Yes, sir.
And you recall testimony that over $500,000 went to Curtis Eddie Smith.
I do.
And what would that have been for?
That would have all been for pills.
No evidence of that.
For opioids?
Yes, sir. Specifically, all I was taking at that time was oxycodone and OxyContin.
And you were
As we already established earlier, they're the same thing. It's just a brand name. Oh my God. Yeah.
you were an addict, were you not?
I am an addict.
You are an addict. And did you repeatedly lie to those you love to cover up your addiction?
I'm really trying to
I
hammer.
did.
Hopefully, no.
And were you concerned that you would be exposed if you didn't continue to lie about your conduct?
I did.
There's some specific things you were asked about, which I'd like to go over. One thing you had referred to a text message that you'd seen later on between Maggie and Blanca. Do you recall that?
I do.
And it's in the evidence as Defendant's Exhibit 54. And Doug, if you could pull that up, please, sir. And if you could highlight the Blanca text. Is this the text message you're referring to?
It is.
And I'll just read it. It says, TY, that's thank you. It says, TY, I'm waiting at Dr. Alex wants me to come home. I had to leave door open at Edisto's, but trust Mexicans to shut a lot for me. His dad is back in the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, it pneumonia. And then she has some faces. Alex is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Alex needs to take care of himself as well. Is that the text message you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
And did Blanca share this message with you after Maggie was murdered?
Blanca ultimately she shared that with me. She first told me that, Maggie was worried about me, how much she loved me, and that she was worried about me, and had texted her.
Okay. Now you were asked, you can take it down, Doug. You were asked questions about conversations around the dinner table on the 7th about, well, didn't eat at the table, but around while you were eating dinner about Paul's health. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, I don't know why this matters to prove whether or not Paul had.
Alec, I'm going to show you two exhibits, Defendants 179 and 180, and ask if you can identify these two.
I mean, I guess the point is like, well, something he said is true. Look, Paul did have feet issues or something. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, I can.
And what are they?
It's text from let's see, it's a text from Paul to me on May the 30th.
And then and what's 180? Exhibit 180 behind it.
That's a picture of Paul's feet.
Your Honor, we'd move Defendants Exhibits 179, 180 into evidence at this time without objection, I believe.
Without objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Well, look, do you have 179 or we've got to, let me put it on the Elmo.
Okay.
Alex, do these, this text message refer to Paul's feet swelling?
They do.
So if you'll do, you can pull it up, like go up a little more so we can read it. And it says, from Paul, and that phone number, is that your phone number?
That is, this is my phone number, 1227. My feet swole up. It has something to do with my blood pressure. Get me an appointment as soon as it's convenient.
And what's the date of this?
May the 30th.
2021, right?
Yes, sir.
And if, Doug, if you'll show the picture, I believe this is a blow up of the picture that's in this exhibit 180. Can you pull out? Was that a picture of that Paul had sent you of his feet swelling up?
It is.
Is this what y'all discussed, when you're eating dinner?
Yes.
Okay.
Along with many other times.
You'd also, you were asked questions about your dad's condition and whether he was terminal or not. Do you remember that?
I do remember questions about him.
Okay, and gosh, Doug, I think it's the extended timeline. Is it states 530? Is that the right number?
States 520.
States 520. If you'll pull it up, please. It's already in the evidence. And if you'll go to page 14. And if you'll blow up the entry at 142.54 at the bottom of the page. Alex, is this a text that you and we'll, do you recall this is the text that you and other family members received about your father's condition?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it says, Daddy was just seen by the pulmonologist in Savannah. His opinion is dramatically different from the other doctors. He thinks Daddy has pneumonia and needs to be hospitalized to be treated for pneumonia. He thinks there could be an obstruction, but is more confident that it is all or mostly pneumonia. Daddy is being admitted to Candler St. Joseph Hospital now. He will have a study done to see whether or not there is an obstruction, and his treatment will be tailored accordingly. Right now, his pulmonologist does not. Go to the next page. Does not believe that he'll be getting radiation treatment, and in fact, the pulmonologist says that the palliative radiation treatment to try to open the airway is a Hail Mary. In his opinion, would most likely not work. Then it goes on to say, if he is right, and this is pneumonia, is much more treatable and can certainly give the immunotherapy a chance to work. Is that what you're referring to?
That's the text I was talking about that came when talking to Jeannie Seckinger.
Okay. And and this wasn't a terminal diagnosis on the 7th, was it?
Not on the 7th. That was actually a little bit of positive news.
Okay.
That was short-lived, but it was positive at the time.
You can take that down for now, Doug. But stay on that exhibit. You were asking, if you go to page 46, please, the same exhibit, 520. Page 46. And if you'll highlight and blow out the 90218, Alec Murdaugh's iPhone shows. Now, Alec, do you remember being asked about these steps, 283 steps traveled during this period of time?
I do.
And And I think you testified your belief was you're just getting ready to leave to go to your mom's house. Is that right?
That's correct. I mean, that would have been the time I was right before I left to go there.
And you were, looks like you had made some phone calls during this period of time, correct?
Yes, the record show.
Alec, did you have Maggie's phone with you at any time between 9:02 and 9:06?
I didn't have Maggie's phone with me anytime that night.
And Doug, if you'll go to page 45, please. If you go to the entry at 8:53:15 to 8:55:32. What am I missing? Can you go, you're missing it. Go up one more entry, please. The one that records steps, please. And then take it all the way to the bottom.
The thing is that
Thank
it's not nearly as riveting as Cross.
This isn't evidence. This is Agent Rudowski's timeline. It says Maggie Murdaugh's phone, iPhone shows 59 steps traveled between 8:53:15 and 8:55:32. Were you walking with Maggie Murdaugh's phone during that period of time?
I wasn't walking with Maggie's phone anytime that night.
And if you'll look at Agent Rudowski's entries, is there entry of her phone showing steps during any time between 9:02 and 9:06? Do you see it on this page? From 8:53 to 8:55?
No, sir.
If you'll turn to the next page, page 46. Going down to your steps. Is there any recording of phone steps, phone recording steps, according to the data we now have from Maggie's phone at any point in time up to 9:02?
No, sir.
And had you repeatedly asked SLED to get the data from the OnStar, from the cell phones, to evaluate whether your phone and Maggie's phone were ever moving at the same time? You made that multiple requests.
I repeatedly asked David Owens about that information.
And when you asked that question, were you aware that Maggie's phone had been located, down the road, half a mile or more? Is that right?
Yeah, I knew where her phone had been located.
And why was it important to you to get that information?
Because I knew that whoever had done this to them had Maggie's phone. And I knew that my phone and Maggie's phone and my car were never together at any point in time.
Sure.
He took the golf cart.
Now, you have given inaccurate times in many statements to law enforcement in this case, have you not?
I did.
And we reviewed some of those in your direct examination. I mean, one was Paul getting to Moselle around 5 p.m. Do you remember that?
I do.
Were you lying to Agent Owens or anybody when you said Paul got there at 5 p.m.?
No, I wasn't lying to him. I mean, I thought that at the time.
And when you
most of the times or a lot of the times when I gave times, I qualified them and say, but you can look at this. I pointed them to my office, to the call log, to the key card, like we talked about, or my phone, or my OnStar.
And when you told the agents that you thought you got to the office 8:30, 9 o'clock on that morning of June 7th, well, you were wrong, right?
I was wrong.
Were you lying?
No, I wasn't lying.
And when Deputy Green drove up and you had your first encounter with him, I believe you told him that you had been gone to your mom's house for an hour and a half. Is that right? We just heard it.
The last one?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hour and a half. I think that is what I told him.
Hour and a half. And that the last time you saw Maggie and Paul was 45 minutes before that.
Yeah, that's what I said.
And when you spoke to Deputy Green, it was about, I think the record show they didn't arrive on the scene until 10:22 or something like that. Is that right?
That sounds right. I mean, I think that's what the records show. That sounds right.
Were you lying to Deputy Green, when you, what time, how long you'd been in? Time you saw Maggie, were you trying that you lied to Agent Owen and Deputy Rutland, and Agent Owen and Agent Croft, and on a couple occasions about your whereabouts following dinner, correct?
I did lie to him, as we discussed repeatedly.
And you've explained that it was just addiction, opioid-induced paranoia you just couldn't shake. Is that right?
That's right. You know, like I said, there's certain things, anything that make you paranoid, but I could get over it really quickly. But that night, I didn't.
And you had a bag of pills, did you not?
I did.
And when you got down to the kennels, we're not going to repeat all that, but I mean, did you ever see anybody down there? Anybody else?
No, there was nobody. There wasn't anybody down there when I was there.
And did you believe that the information, whether you were there or not there, would advance their investigation in any way?
No, I didn't. I didn't think that.
And why didn't you think that?
Because they were fine and doing good when I left there.
Did on the 911 call, do you remember that the call first went to Hampton?
I don't remember that, but I know that now.
And what we played here in the court in your testimony was the Colleton County handoff. Do you recall that?
I do recall that. I think at some point the part in Hampton might have gotten played too, didn't it? But I know the main part was the Colleton part. But it was like a minute into the call.
But initially it went to Hampton, then subsequently it was transferred to Colleton.
That's right.
And then a minute or so into the Colleton call, you said, "I've been up to it now." Do you remember that?
I do remember saying that. I remember hearing it. I don't remember saying that, but I remember hearing it.
Okay.
And that's, I mean, that is accurate. And by up to it, at that point, I had gone all the way up to them at that point. When I first got out, I was close, but I wasn't right at them, I don't think.
Oh, God.
You were asked about the roadside shooting, and your intent was to end your life that day, was it not?
It was, no question.
And you were shot but not killed. And then you made up a lie to law enforcement about what happened, right?
That's correct.
Were you trying to protect Curtis Eddie Smith by doing that?
Was I trying to protect Curtis Eddie Smith?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know exactly. It all had to come together so quick. I don't know that I was trying to protect Curtis Eddie Smith.
Okay.
I may have been, but it was just, you know, I wasn't supposed to be there.
I wanted
And
a
then
yes on that.
I was.
When you say I wasn't supposed to be there, what do you mean by that?
I intended for him to, I intended to be gone. I intended for him to shoot me, and I intended to be gone. And the one thing, my main concern at that point was that I did not want Buster. I did not want Buster knowing that I had tried to do that.
Okay.
That was my motivation in telling that story.
I see. Did you eventually voluntarily convey to Agent Kelly and others that was a fabrication?
I did. After, I don't know, a few days in detox, when I finally got over those initial, just where I could just function, I think I told you first. Then I think I told Buster. Then I think I told Randy and John, and y'all arranged either the next day or 2 days later to come, and we called.
Well, you've lied to your
about my addiction.
And you hid from them. You were stealing client money, did you not?
Oh, I never. They didn't know anything about that.
And you've heard about every day?
Yes.
And you've lied to law enforcement about but eating dinner and taking a nap, did you not?
I did.
Alec, did you murder Maggie?
I would never hurt Maggie.
Did you murder Paul?
I would never hurt Paul. If I was under the pressure that they're talking about here, I can promise you I would hurt myself before I would hurt one of them. Without a doubt.
Thank you. That's all the questions I got.
Waters.
Please, Court.
Redirect.
You said that you were concerned when you talked to David Owen about the bag of pills in your pocket, correct?
I mean, no, sir, I'm not saying that I was concerned about that. I don't think I told you I was concerned about that. I'm just telling you that was a fact. I had a bag of pills in my pocket, and that was one of the things, that was one of the many things that came together that night.
And you're trying to tell this jury that as a reasonable husband in this situation, concern about a bag of pills in your pocket was more important to you than telling law enforcement and narrowing the time when you last saw your wife and son alive. That's what you want to convince this jury of?
No, sir, because, I mean, the bag of pills in my pocket was not what I was concerned about sitting in there. It was, as I said, it was one of the many things that was going on. But I wasn't sitting there worried about those pills in my pocket.
You were asked about requesting the phone and automobile data, and that was because as a prosecutor and a lawyer, you had been manufacturing an alibi to cover your tracks.
No, sir, that's absolutely wrong.
You admit you were wrong about a lot of things in what you told law enforcement about June 7th, correct?
I was wrong about things. Some things.
You were asked whether or not you voluntarily confessed to Agent Kelly, but you only did so after being confronted with undeniable information, correct?
No, sir, that's not correct at all. What I was told is that, and I believe this came from Randy, what I was told is that SLED had come up with some information that seemed like it was consistent with my story and they needed me to verify some things, is what they told me. And, you know, I knew that resources had already been wasted. I didn't want them wasting any more resources. And I told them the truth, but there wasn't any, nobody had presented me with any evidence.
And you just testified that you told Jim Griffin first, correct?
I believe that I told Jim Griffin first.
But at that time, you didn't say anything about those kennels, did you?
To Jim Griffin at that
Correct.
time? No, sir, I didn't.
And you testified on direct yesterday, and you were asked about leaving the kennels with your new story in light of the evidence that's been presented in this trial. Your words were, "I got out of there," correct?
I believe that's what I said, yes, sir.
And you also said during your testimony on cross-examination that you hurt the ones you love the most, didn't you?
I did say that.
Thank you. Nothing further.
In saying that, Mr. Waters, I just want to explain that answer. And he just asked me a question about what I said, and then I was
You're begging to Judge Newman. Holy shit! I know mic drop is right. Let's hear that again. Wow.
I did say that.
Thank you. Nothing further.
In saying that, Mr. Waters, I just want to explain that answer. And he just asked me a question about what I said, and then I was going to explain why I said it.
All right.
As I told you earlier, you're implying to this jury and to me that was me talking about hurting Maggie and Paul. And that's not what that was. What that was is me saying, I know I hurt my brother, my partners, my clients, many of whom I told you I loved, all of whom I cared for. And that's what that was when I'm talking about how my misdeeds, how I hurt the people worst were the ones I loved the most.
I just asked you what you said, correct, Mr. Murdaugh?
You did ask me what I said, but in asking me that, you're putting an implication on there that I am explaining.
I just asked you what you said.
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Step down.
Wow. I mean,
So I'll stand for a moment while counsel approach.
see if they put anything on the record.
Well, we've come to the end of this week, and we will adjourn now and resume at 9:30 Monday morning. Have a great weekend. Do not discuss the case or allow yourself to be exposed to any information concerning the case. And we'll see you Monday morning. Have a great weekend. Jury's excused.
Judge Newman, it looks like you might still pushing on the record. Well done, Creighton.
Regarding scheduling, first up Monday morning, Mr. Harpootlian.
Your Honor, we anticipate having 4 witnesses on Monday. They would probably average an hour apiece. So I would suspect by lunchtime we would be, no?
Early afternoon.
Early afternoon, I'm told by Mr. Griffin, resting our case. And of course, Mr. Waters indicated he'll have 1 or 2 reply witnesses.
Couple right now, Your Honor. Obviously, we need to assess that when they complete their case, but it would not be lengthy.
The question, what day next week do we do argument and charge?
Well, it's all unpredictable. As we can see from today, it's pretty unpredictable.
I'm guessing. I'd hope Tuesday. I don't think that's going to be, if they have any reply witnesses. Wednesday would be more of a target. I'm just saying a target date that we can begin thinking about in terms of argument and charge. To that end, are you going to set a time limit on arguments, or are you going to just let us do whatever we want?
I do not set time limits on argument.
With that in mind, Mr. Griffin and I mean, they get 2 arguments. We perhaps would like to split our final argument, which would, we think, with 4 weeks of testimony in there, it's going to be difficult for one person to digest all of that. There's no problem with that, is there?
Yeah, there is.
All right. I would object to that. I think Your Honor's rules and general practices consistent with one counsel handling argument.
Your Honor, I've seen it done both ways, and 4 weeks of testimony.
You have not.
I think it's very difficult for one person, and we only get one argument.
I've never done it, and I'm not inclined to do it. I'll look it over and consider it, but I'm not inclined to allow the defense to split closing arguments.
We would agree to a 2-hour limit. Does that maybe incentivize to look at this?
We'll look at it. I'm not inclined to do it. It's unprecedented, as far as I know, in the state of South Carolina. Except perhaps where you've been able to convince someone to the contrary.
I've actually objected to it when I was on his side of the courtroom.
Well, we have some days to think about that. Regarding closing arguments, I think we emailed you all a few days ago concerning any requested charge or charges that you might have.
Yes, so we'll get those to you this weekend, if that's acceptable.
We'll try to do that, Your Honor. We're preparing witnesses. How about Monday night?
That's fine.
Okay.
Anything else before we adjourn?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, 4:49. We are adjourning for the weekend.
And there you have it, guys. So, there you have it, the end of this day. So on the next Murdaugh, we will be getting into more of the defense. And what we have is we have the return of the 5'2" ninja assassins with another expert who really is seeming to try to beat Mike Sutton for the most wackadoodle defense expert in this case. We have that. We're going to have also John Marvin takes a stand. And I forget what else, but those are going to be the main ones. And we will also, I was going to do today, but I think it'll be better to do it when we get through some of that with the, well, actually, if we start some of the state's rebuttal, during the state's rebuttal, they get into more with the golf cart and everything. So I'm trying to think of when would be the best time to do the truck, and the chicken business and whatnot. Probably after some of that, because that's when we sort of, what's the right word? That's when we sort of put it all together, right? Towards the end of the presentation of evidence and right before closing arguments and everything. So you're very welcome, Iowa. By the way, I just looked and there's new Idaho docs. So we're going to definitely cover those. I'm still trying to figure out how I want to schedule everything because I know people have Easter plans and stuff, but on the horizon, we will have Idaho. We got some orders on some of the motions in limine. We will have, of course, Lori's Inner Circle, and of course, the members only live stream. Still trying to figure out when I want to do everything, but I'm still finishing getting everything put together for the trivia night. So depending on when I get that finished, but I'll keep everybody posted as always in the Discord. We'll definitely be having another stream today. We might end up doing Idaho. We'll just have to sort of see it might be that we do the Lori's Inner Circle tomorrow morning, since it's so late in the day by the time they start court. And that might be fun to have that as we go into closing arguments for that. But anyway, and of course on Tuesday we have Karen Reed opening statements. So yep, so there you have it, guys. So as always, love you guys. Thanks for being here and being awesome squirrels. Y'all are the best. Happy Easter to all of you guys, whether you're celebrating religiously or just having fun, doing stuff with the fam, making some food. I know we've got people talking about some carrot cake was being made and some other things. So, oh, we have a brand new squirrel friend here right at the end. Welcome, Larissa. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that name correctly. You missed the gotcha moment with the phone. Which one? Which gotcha moment? There's a new adventure of Batcat 2. Oh my God. Amazing. Is that already on YouTube? But welcome, Larissa, and anyone else who is new. Oh, this is the one Charlie didn't see in its entirety. Well, I will say this much. I do have a playlist for all the cases. I covered this gavel to gavel previously. This is revisiting some of the key testimony, but this is far and away my favorite trial and case of all time. And you're in the right place for Murdaugh related things. So yeah, and there's plenty of people who've been here in the Scroll Crew for this revisiting key testimony that hadn't watched really any of it. So I'll say no scroll left behind, and to get everybody up to speed. If you're talking about the cell phone, like the Snapchat video, that happened way earlier in the trial. But I do very detailed timestamps, and so yeah. What we can maybe do is on the next one, maybe we'll watch that Snapchat video again, if that's what you're referencing. Oh, it's pronounced Larissa. Okay, Larissa, got it. Larissa. There you go. I was making deviled eggs. Right. Yep, I figured as much. He's down at the dog kennels, and yeah, I do have some sound clips for that though. Just I always have on hand. We have Maggie. And then that's Paul. It's a guinea. And there's Maggie. So yeah, that happened way earlier during the state's case in chief, and we're here with Alex having just taken the stand during the defense case in chief. So so yeah, it's definitely in the place. I don't know that the video by itself is in there. It would be whenever it came in at trial. But you know what? We will definitely make a point to watch it on the next one. I'll make a note of that. And so so yeah, so we will definitely do that. Well, you know what? Having said that, the only thing is that it's so hard to find that video without, how did I do this last time? Maybe we can just do this real quick since we've got you here. Larissa, I'm saying that right, correctly? Yeah, Larissa. Let me see if I can just do that real quick. Let me see here. Can I make this full screen? Oh my God. Oh, hold on. Sorry, I'm talking to y'all. I'm talking to the computer. Let me see this real quick. Okay, let me do this. Okay, here we go. This is the video. Is that full screen? Okay, full screen. Here we go. Here we go. Let's just watch it real quick. It's short. Here it is. So that's Cash the dog. That's Rogan's dog. All right.
Get it. Get back. Quit, Cash. Come on. Quit. It's okay. Come here. Come on, bad. Come here, Cash. Shit. Come here. Post it. Get it.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
Bubba. Hey, Bubba.
It's a guinea.
This is a chicken.
Come here, Bubba.
Come here, Cash.
Come here, Bubba.
There it is. There it is. Wow. Good boy, Cash.
Get back. Get back.
So it's just playing it again. There it is. Yeah, so I'm actually East Coast, but I don't sleep very much. So welcome back, Twiz. Let us know where you're joining us from if you feel so inclined also. And if you also want to take a look at the Discord, I'll put the link in the chat for that. So Discord is awesome. So so yeah, so there's the Snapchat video. So glad I was able to find that there. But yeah, for anyone who didn't is just now getting here, we've got some new Idaho ducks. So we will definitely be covering those here today at some point. So oh, you live in Miami. Oh, cool. Good. Another Florida squirrel friend. Love it. Love it. From New York, like the city. But we're glad to have you here. So yeah, Murdaugh is definitely, again, my favorite trial, my favorite case. And but yeah, but everything that I'm covering, I've got playlists for all of it. Where there's a ton of cases I'm covering right now. So yeah. So hopefully we will see you on some other streams. And if you do want to become a member, for anyone who's new, we have our trivia night coming up here. Topics include, where's my list? Famous quotes, first in history, movie trivia, musical theater trivia, trial trivia, and 90s music. So, oh, that's awesome. Lived in NYC 15 years after all. That's awesome. I don't know that we have many squirrels who lived in NYC, so you might be one of the first. So that's awesome. Welcome to the Squirrel Crew. Squirrel Crew is the freaking best. We love to have you. You're very welcome. So yeah, I'll keep you guys posted as always again, it'll probably be maybe this afternoon with Coburger. And then we might be doing that again, the Lori's Inner Circle prior to closing arguments tomorrow. I've got so much good stuff for that. And then maybe we'll do the members only live tomorrow after we get I expect a verdict, right? I don't want to make assumptions, but maybe we'll be doing that after the verdict. We'll just sort of have to see. Twiz, that's so morbid. You went to college in Arizona. Wow, you've been all over the place. You've been everywhere, man. That's awesome. You have something in common with Twiz there. He lived in Arizona for a time as well. But yeah, that'll be it for this one, guys. But love y'all. Thanks for being here as always. And I will see you guys next time. Squirrel out.